Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Truth Tuesday. Welcome. We are under attack daily now. The news is our show is getting so much coverage worldwide that the elitists are so worried they've hired experts to hose us down. On a daily basis, we get trolls nonstop in our chat room. You would not believe. I've been trying to open up guest chat, and we get nothing but attacks with people stringing computers together to do this. Can you imagine? And then some people think it's funny to post big, huge photographs of things that are, taking up space, and I can't allow that either. So I had to mute somebody who's doing that in support of us. So we want people to get seen in chat. We don't want this to, be an endless disaster of attacks. So we're going to try to open up guest chat whenever possible. So if you guys are wanting to guest chat, feel free to do it when we have it open. Hey there. I would love to play the Joan Rivers video because, I played every night, and to start the show off was kind of disrespectful to people who are a little bit sensitive to the idea of a body part flailing around in a jumpsuit. When we think that Michelle is a woman, we would never expect her to be a dude with a penis. So I'm in deference to the people that don't want to see that, I'm going to kind of hold off on that for a little bit later tonight. So some of you don't believe it, but it really is a flailing penis inside of a jumpsuit in the Ellen DeGeneres show. So we're concerned that we've been lied to by the Obamas, but more importantly, now Trump is really becoming the center stage of the problem. We've got a situation where he's now taking credit for the Qatar attack that the Saudi Arabian nation is doing. He claims it's his idea. And it's just wrong for Donald Trump to take credit for anything that another country is doing. For one, we didn't authorize an attack on Qatar. Saudi Arabia is doing it to protect their own country against radical jihadism. They have their own reasons, but for Trump to take credit for it, does anybody know, is Trump a Wahhabi? Anybody know, has he converted to the Wahhabi Muslim faith yet? Because he doesn't really have a faith, does he? He studied under Norman Vincent Peale in the Presbyterian Church, but whenever you research Norman Vincent Peale, you find out he's a 33-degree Mason. And it's bizarre because they support Satan as their savior. So I'm not sure, is Donald Trump now Wahhabi or is he a Mason? I'm not sure. What is he? And does he worship God or Satan? Does anybody know? Well, we do know one thing. When he was in the middle of his rantings the other night, and I guess he fell asleep at the tweet wheel, somebody came up with this as a humorous little note. When I find myself in tweets of trouble, Mother Russia comes to me. Speaking words of wisdom, Kofifi. Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure where he's going with this Kofifi thing, but it sure was a distraction. People didn't even know that during this time period of Kofifi, the government made it illegal to touch an officer. If you even remotely scratch an officer, you could be serving major jail time now. They're enlarging the police state while he talks about Kofifi and makes up words. Can I link that? Yes, here it is. Here is the link. Check it out. There you go. Very funny, by the way. I thought that was a level 5 on a scale from 1 to 10. You're welcome. Other news, obviously, going on. Trump's furious and frustrated, gears up to punch back at the Comey testimony. Everyone has known Donald Trump to be an extremely vocal person, and in that almost everything he says doesn't really make sense and contradicts everything he said earlier. I mean, recently, Sean Spicer said that there is no travel ban, and now Trump is saying it is a travel ban. I mean, he can't even get his wires straight with his people. But now it's becoming clear that alone in the White House in recent days, Trump, frustrated and defiant, has been spoiling for a fight, according to his confidants and associates. He openly admitted to committing obstruction of justice when he said that he fired Comey because he was investigating him in the Russian thing. So that alone is enough to implicate him and impeach him. You look at the bribery that he received from Betsy DeVos. I can't believe they haven't filed bribery charges against him and her. That too would be high crimes and misdemeanors, enough to impeach this man. I have a feeling what's going to happen is the doctor will go over to the White House and give him a test and say, yeah, he's got Alzheimer's. You're going to have to retire him. Seriously. I don't think he is completely there. I mean, anybody who spends late nights tweeting and undermining his own policies can't possibly be a together and even-minded person. I promise you, I won't be tweeting. I'll be doing it only specifically on certain issues, and we'll make sure they'll be screened. Let's see what that says.
Of course, if you come from a Muslim majority nation, air traffic is not your problem because Trump is still trying to push his Muslim travel ban. Remember, he had that executive order he signed, showed everybody, and then that was struck down in court. Then it was rewritten to be a little softer, and then it was struck down again. Well, now a revised version is headed to the Supreme Court, and the administration's only chance of winning is not calling it a travel ban. Tell them why, Sean.
It's not a travel ban, because when we use words like travel ban, that misrepresents what it is.
Got it. Okay. So this thing should get approved by the Supreme Court as long as nobody calls it a travel ban. People, the lawyers, and the...
Well, you know, Stephen Colbert is pretty much a left-wing guy. We know that. It's important to know that he still has the right to speak out. He has free speech, you don't. You'll never get on TV. I'll never get on TV. We'll never get anyone to hear our views. But somebody who makes a fool of himself every day, oh yeah, they get hurt all the time. Vladimir Putin, if the United States attacks Russia, the planet will be destroyed. He told Oliver Stone that. Well, that's called a threat. Yeah. He's threatening people, Putin is? Do you think that's safe to run around threatening people like that? He's saying nobody would survive. Well, tell that to all the elitists that are powering up his takeover of our country. All those Ashkenazis that want to, the mobsters that are in his country. They have a lot of these oligarchs, they call them, that want to take over the country. They want to live underground. Yeah, I'm sure that's funny. Well, this is disturbing. It's a threat. Putin to Oliver Stone on the hot war between Russia and the U.S. No country on earth would survive should the world's most powerful nuclear states unleash their atomic weapons, Putin has said. I've talked to experts, and they disagree. They believe that they can definitely live underground. That's one of the problems. There's a big confusion about that. Now, I agree with Putin. I don't think we'd survive. But the experts they think that they will, and that's the problem. Well, at this point, Sean Spicer hasn't been replaced that I know of. Did you get a memo saying he was fired? Because Huckabee Sanders has been doing his work. There's a whole town underground in Australia. A lot of people believe that they can survive underground. So maybe Putin is right. I mean, I tend to agree with him on that. But in a way, this is not exactly a point of contention because we really have mutually assured destruction with Russia. And I think that's a good place to start. But having Trump undermine our relationship with NATO is going to put those people in jeopardy. NATO is upset. They're very concerned that there's going to be a major, Russian involvement, and tanks are ready to invade Poland. They could go in at any time. So a lot of people are concerned that this is an ongoing problem that just seems to seems to get worse with Trump not withdrawing troops from Poland and still remaining. 15,000 of our troops are in Poland. 3,500 tanks are in Poland. We're maintaining balance of powers, but with Trump abandoning NATO, you got to wonder, is Trump working for Russia? Because he seems to want to change the balance of powers and give Russia the edge. It looks to me like he's working for Russia. I don't know, you could pipe in on that if you had the ability, but did Donald Trump's organization make money from Eric Trump's cancer charity? I wouldn't doubt it. They make money everywhere they turn. This is what Trump's all about, is money making. The not so charitable activities of President Trump Foundation are by now well documented, but a new report in Forbes suggests the foundation belonging to his son, Eric, might have been party to some questionable activities of its own. Dan Alexander. Great links. And then Forbes, Buckra has a Forbes one. Forbes doesn't play on that browser. I got to move it over here. Trump is steaming, running around, doing his thing. Yeah, it's kind of sad, really, when you think about it. It's like he never grew up, and he's got the most important job in the world, and he doesn't even know it. It's like he wanted to be president just for the notoriety. That's what it seems to me. He didn't really want to fix the country. How Donald Trump shifted kids' cancer charity money into his own business. Wow, this is quite an indictment. Like autumn leaves, a Fox News anchor is going to replace Sean. Okay, that's cool. Sponsored Cadillacs, Ferraris, and Maseratis descend on the Trump National Golf Club in Westchester County, New York in September of the Eric Trump Foundation Golf Invitational. Okay, the real star of the day is Eric Trump, president's second son, blah, blah, blah. The best part of all this is, according to Eric Trump, is the charity's efficiency because he can get his family's golf course for free and have most of the other costs donated. That's not the case. He says we get to use our assets 100% free of charge. That's not the case. In reviewing filings from the Eric Trump Foundation and other charities, it's clear that the course wasn't free and the Trump Organization received payments for its use, part of more than 1.2 million that has no documented receipts past the Trump Organization. All right, so he charges. You know, this reminds me of when Donald Trump said he wasn't going to take a paycheck. You know, he's diverted his money, his $400,000 a year, because he gets $400,000 a month just to rent out the 2 floors underneath Melania Trump in the Trump Tower. I do have a Twitter account. It's basically at third party. Yeah, I'm amazed you didn't know that. Yeah, at third party. It's a good one. Fox News is invading the White House. Yeah, I know. Well, don't worry about it because the impeachment trial will definitely put them on edge. Bruno, how you doing, man? Dave, you have new viewers every day. We do. People wonder why I do the show because I've got new viewers every day. So he shifted his kids' cancer charity money into its own business. Talk about disreputable. Isn't that amazing? So we do a chat clear, and I bring chat in just for a short period of time because what I have to do is get ahead of this person who's attacking me. It takes me a little bit of time. Why do you piss people off? Because I'm the righteous person and they're all scumbags who worship Satan. That's one of the reasons why I piss people off, because they know that I know that they're full of crap. And they can see it. They can see it. When I look at them, they know full well that I'm looking at a person who's worshiping the devil, a greedmonger. Just let this guy spin out a little bit. He's gonna be slowing down shortly. Al Franken, yeah. You know, I've asked Sarah to open up a guest chat venue for us, but she doesn't have any knowledge of how to do that. She has never been able to find a guest chat venue for us. So as much as I've asked her for about 6 months now, she's unable to find any guest chat venues. So maybe you guys know some guest chat places you'd like to chat. But as you can see, we're being hit by a professional. And these people who know that we're getting lots of views around the world, They want to keep you from getting in here and chatting. And not only that, they're paying Mark a lot of money. I hear he gets $100,000 a month to keep chatters out of here. That's pretty serious. Yeah, he's definitely paid a lot of money to just do this. Professional troll, absolutely. And what's even more disturbing is the people that are doing this are stifling free speech, and in the process, they're committing a crime. And we just don't know how much of a crime at this point. But we do know they strung multiple computers together to do this. And it's kind of sad because it's a professional hack, that's right. They've got the desire to shut us down in the worst way, and now they've beefed up their computers like they've probably got 4 or 5 daisy chained together. No, 120 viewers is what I've been kept down to. I could have 5,000 viewers in every single guest room. It would be no problem. But the problem that I'm facing is these attackers seem to be working in harmony with Mark's program. I don't think it's Chinese. We've traced this hack to Scotland. Let me tell you what happened recently. You probably know about our Discord program that we were running on the side. Well, there was a certain person there that was assisting me. And he seemed like a nice guy, and he was vouching for the Latvian girl. And that was a suspicious thing because we haven't heard from the Latvian girl in a long time. She is nowhere to be seen. She doesn't come into the show. She just came in for a very short period of time, and many people thought that she was paid to do this. When I was going hard against the Russians and talking about how the Russians were contaminating our election, I got this person to come into the show and start talking to us.
Hey David, thanks for keeping me awake while I slay my night shift. The chat has been very fun lately, and you've been very entertaining.
Okay, when the guy vouched for the Latvian girl, I got suspicious, okay? And he did a lot of other suspicious things. And now, ever since I rejected him, because he vouched for another situation, he claimed that he knew a kid who knew somebody who died in the Manchester attack, which I believe is a complete setup and a false flag, because there's been no evidence of bodies, no evidence whatsoever of bodies in the Manchester event. He vouched for a kid who claimed he knew somebody who died, and that sounded suspicious to me. That's when I dropped him like a hot potato. I said, I don't want anything to do with you. We're done. That's when these chat attacks started coming in. And I didn't trace the ISP of this guy, but somebody did, and it's been traced to Scotland, England. This guy is English, okay? I believe he's a high-level operative working for the Russians. I'm not kidding. And Trump. And they're trying to shut me down because they know that I'm the one who's been carrying the message. You think it's the deep state that's carrying the message about the Russians? I started it. I started carrying this message. It looks like Sessions is going to be resigning, and Donald Trump is going to be hiring some sort of a Fox anchor to be his spokesperson or press secretary. That's the news. Trump was royally pissed that Sessions recused himself from the investigation into the FBI investigation into the Russian involvement. Because Sessions has already perjured himself twice. He should be going to jail. He should be charged with a crime. But the only reason why he's not is because he's close friends with Al Franken. Al Franken was interviewing him, and then Sessions denied having any contact with Russians. And Al Franken looks like a Republican, even though he's a Democrat. He behaves like a Republican. He gives Republicans every chance to cover their ass. I can see your chat, Leroy. So it does look like Sessions is resigning. It looks to me like there's going to be a mix-up. Donald Trump is facing nothing but problems. And he's going to try to mix everything up by changing his staff. That won't help. He still has a Twitter addiction that's got to stop. Any good expert in the advanced damage control needed to be done here with Donald Trump would tell him to cease and desist all tweeting. You cannot continue tweeting, Donald. Seriously. I mean, you're a tweetaholic, and there's something wrong with you. He's undermining his position. This recent effort by the Supreme Court of the United States, SCOTUS, to determine if an immigration ban, his second ban, is justifiable or constitutional. It's going to be completely changed because of the tweets that he's putting out. He says it is a travel ban, even though Sean Spicer said it's not a travel ban. Everything about it makes it look like a travel ban, and it's against Muslims, which is a violation of freedom of speech and freedom of religion. And I said this 6 months before the election. I can't even believe we're having this conversation right now. It's so ridiculous. We need to move on to develop jobs, get our industry going in this country. This guy is sidetracking us with his nonsensical Russian ties, which could very well belie a deeper, more sinister thing going on. I'm good at social media. I'm one of the best social media people out there. I've actually mastered social media. I work on a metacognitive level, and I'm thinking constantly on a higher level. And what I did 8 years ago was did a blackface video to impersonate Barack Obama because I knew I was being censored in my own country, which claims to be free and democratic. I'm way in advance of this. The chess moves are moving in my direction now. Has anyone told Donald Trump that he runs the government? The buck clearly does not stop with Donald Trump. Yeah. On Monday, President Trump tweeted something strange. The Justice Department should have stayed with the original travel ban, not the watered-down, politically correct version they submitted to the Supreme Court. You would think, reading this missive, that Trump was still a candidate for president or a New York billionaire raging against the Obama administration. There is a powerlessness in his formulation, an impotent anger at the distance, impersonal bureaucracy he's criticizing. I mean, he virtually was beaten in court on the first travel ban, and they said, well, you're not going to win. And he said, well, I'm going to take them to court again. He lost an appellate court, and then he thinks he's going to take him to court again. I mean, this guy doesn't even understand the legal process. And there's a lot of people that believe he can't even read. He doesn't even understand how to read. We are in deep doo-doo, folks. Our country is a mess. When we chose to put this guy at the helm, stealing 10 of my ideas to get elected, you must have been out of your mind. He doesn't have the mental acuity to manage a country, let alone a business. The only reason why his business has stayed in business is because he borrows money left and right. He's a serial borrower, not a person who earns it. He didn't make $1 billion, he borrowed $1 billion. In fact, he borrowed $2.4 billion that he still owes. He owes people who are unscrupulous, like the Deutsche Bank people that have connections to the Russian money laundering operations. It's crazy. He's up to no good, man. Yeah. Trump has the right to use Twitter anytime he wants. The problem is, he's bad at it. You think the Latvian dude is the Latvian girl's a dude. That's pretty funny. All I know is that we never saw the Latvian girl again. The guy that vouched for her started pushing fake news on me. And he did a few other things that I care not mention, but it was very suspicious. I'll say that. And that's why I dumped him like a hot potato, and now we're under attack. You tell me. The Russians are worried that I am virtually keeping the fire alive for the investigation. I'm the impetus behind this constant scrutiny of our current government under Trump. I'm the impetus. I'm the one who's actually started this entire ball rolling. You think I'm working for the deep internet? I'm not. I'm not a deep state operative. I'm not getting paid to do this. I'm leading the message. Big difference between leading the message and working for the deep state operatives. All right, so he's clearly incompetent. This country is at great risk right now because we've got a guy who can't even command our fleet. You know that he's not in charge of our fleet, right? They pulled all military operations away from Donald Trump. Our fleet commander is our Secretary of Defense, General Mattis, Mad Dog Mattis. And thank goodness we've got him. Because right now, this guy, Trump, is loose links or sinking ships. So they could very well sink ships. He started telegraphing where our nuclear subs were. He told President Duterte of the Philippines that he knew exactly where our nuclear subs were, and he told him where they were. And I knew that our Navy would be like extremely angry at this, and they were. He's telegraphing operations. Remember a couple weeks ago, the Carl Vinson was going in a different direction, and the Navy said that they got their wires crossed? They didn't get their wires crossed. Donald Trump said that they were going to a certain place, telegraphing their location. Told the world this. And thankfully, Mad Dog Mattis made a decision to send them in the other direction, because anytime we send our troops out there in harm's way, we can't tell people where they're going. But he made the unbelievable incompetent mistake of telling people where he's sending his troops. I mean, it's unbelievable. So he's not the right person to run our country, folks. So he's got to step down. I have a feeling he's going to be tested for Alzheimer's pretty soon, and he'll probably just pull out. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't resign in the next month or so. Rex Tillerson is not capable of running the country. He couldn't even run the Boy Scouts. When Rex Tillerson was president of the Boy Scouts for 20 years, he never prosecuted a single case of pedophilia, in which 17,000 kids reported molestations in the Boy Scouts. What did Rex Tillerson do? He didn't prosecute anybody for molesting and anally raping boys. Instead, he made sure that anybody could be a scoutmaster as openly homosexual. That's Rex Tillerson for you. And he is clearly in violation of the sanctions, working with the ExxonMobil deal with Igor Senshi, the Russian oligarch who's been managing the oil pipeline that Rex Tillerson has been managing. You got to understand, Rex Tillerson violated our sanctions. And our government right now is trying to undermine the sanctions in place to prevent Russia from taking over our oil prices and our deals with the Gulf nations of Saudi Arabia and others. We've got good prices on our fuel right now. You have a relationship with Rex Tillerson and the Russians, our fuel prices are going to skyrocket. Well, good luck with liquidating your $12.50 in assets and buying Bitcoin. I hope it works out for you. I do want to run your country, our country, Kardashian. Yeah. But I'm not in any way a secret society person. Yeah. Thank you, Buck Rob, for that poetic assessment of our situation. Comey is being sued. Dennis Lee Montgomery is an American software designer and former who sold federal officials computer programs he claims would decode secret Al-Qaeda messages hidden in Al Jazeera broadcasts. Okay, Charles. He's going to be sued. Comey is. Oh, yeah. Clayman et al. Versus Comey et al. Okay. Well, it wouldn't be surprising to see that happen, but they're going to try to somehow mark Comey as a non-credible witness. That's their only defense. But Comey is going to come in flying with all kinds of information. It will blow your mind. He's going to be appearing on Thursday. Starting on Thursday, he's going to start testifying. I like Kennedy's Secret Society speech. I really do. Scratchy nose. Okay, so today is Truth Tuesday. I wanted to reiterate, we've got an ongoing story about, it's very dark. It's about this man known as Stephen Hawking. And the Daily Sheeple has some pretty interesting stuff on him. I'm the guy who believes that Stephen Hawking is not the real Stephen Hawking, that he's got an AI box in there pretending to be a real person. There may be a person behind the AI box, but the pictures of him back in the 1970s, this is like 71, make him look older than the pictures he has now. So how did he get younger in 35 years? Actually, 42 years. How did he get younger in 42 years? This doesn't make any sense. So a lot of people believe he's been faked, and they've got some sort of an AI system in there pretending to be him. This is my green screen. Yeah, different. Hey, if you want to check that out, that's at the Daily Sheeple, and I'll give you the link to it, okay? All right. You're not going to get near my house. I wouldn't even sell it to you. No, you could never get my house from me. No. I live in absolute Shangri-La. Aside from the F-35s and F-18s that fly over my house at 120 decibels, I live in the most beautiful area of the world. It's a damn shame the Navy has to fly these ancient planes that don't even work. The F-35 won't even get off the ground, really. I mean, it's kind of a joke. It flies, but I mean, the gun unit, the military gun unit, the gunning system is not going to be operational till 2019. I'm not moving to South Carolina. I never said that. You couldn't even afford my house. Yeah, Fukushima is bleeding into the ocean, and nobody's doing a damn thing about it. That's the truth. The London attacker appeared in a 2016 film entitled The Jihadi Next Door. So the CIA is coming up, they're grabbing all their resources, and they find these actors that'll pretend to be terrorists. And now they got the jihadi next door. Here he is.
Theresa May has made it quite clear that she's now dealing with those people who are not necessarily breaking the law, but on the margins of law. And my message to the Muslim community in the UK is this. This is a war against Islam and Muslims. The dawah must continue. The struggle must continue. The call must continue. And one day Islam will be dominant, and the black flag of Islam will be over Downing Street. Allahu Akbar.
Is he going to Al's Snack Bar, or what's the deal? I mean, every one of these guys go to Al's Snack Bar. What's the deal? Do they offer like cheap pork sandwiches? I bet they have a really good pulled pork sandwich at Al's Snack Bar. I don't need a job, man. Your money means nothing to me. In case you didn't know, I am set for life. So, Al Snack Bar in Spanish means to the snack bar. Yes, yeah, exactly. Cheap beer, pork slammers, Al Snack Bar. Yep, come and get them. Hey, a lot of you people hate other people because of their religion. I don't. I don't hate Muslims because they are Muslims. I recognize there's a component to their faith that is completely intolerant of other faiths. And some people believe that the Quran is their action to take against others, that they need to interpret it as a chance to kill infidels. Those are only extremist people. I mean, you cannot judge an entire group based on their extremists. It's like looking at Christians and saying they're all snake handlers. I mean, that's absurd. Are you handling your snake right now? Okay. Well, not all Muslims, in fact, the vast majority of them want peace. That's what's kind of striking. I got to reel you guys back a little bit. You're way too you're too xenophobic, Islamophobic. But ironically, Donald Trump has not gotten rid of the encampments. There's 24 of these encampments, supposedly, in the U.S., where people are arming up who are jihadists. Now you're wondering, why hasn't Donald Trump gotten rid of these encampments? Why hasn't he put his strike force of ICE people out there? Instead, they're bothering people, they're hardworking illegals living in Los Angeles, San Bernardino. And they're ripping up families and taking their parents away. And yeah, why aren't they going after the encampments where they're training jihadists? Well, that it may very well be. I don't know. Yeah. There are extremist Christians. Oh yeah, there are people that are, militants that are extremist Christian militant groups. No doubt about it. I will be breaking up the Islamaburg in New York outside of Binghamton. It's the #1 priority on my list. But when I say breaking it up, we're going to make sure that nobody has more than one arm per person. We don't know. All I know is Melania and Donald haven't been close to each other for the past 12 years. Experts say they don't even sleep together. But as far as these encampments and these extremist groups, we've got to do something, and we've got to at least work with these people to make them understand that you don't need stacks of AR-15s and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. Yeah, we don't have any experts specifically to answer that question. It's just that nobody's seen them together in an intimate fashion for a long, long time. Now, we could review the sex tapes from Moscow if we got the dossier to be open to the public. And then we could look at the sex tapes and determine if Melania and Trump were in bed together. But I have a feeling that they may reveal something different than that. That's probably why Trump is doing Russia's bidding, trying to break up Ukraine and end NATO. Oh, yeah. Because they may be using those sex tapes against him in a blackmail scheme. Right now, as we speak, we don't know. The investigation is just starting. There was no attack on the London Bridge. It was just designed to make you think that terrorism is getting worse. These are false flags. These elitists are testing the boundaries of their system of media control. Your anger at Muslims and jihadists is only being exacerbated by these people that are playing false flags on you right now. These aren't even real events. They're not even. There's no documentation of any dead bodies. Nothing. It's a complete sham. It's designed to make you think that you need to fight more wars. You see, that's the game. The elitists are testing the parameters and they're testing the waters really to see how much control they have over the media. If they can declare martial law by claiming that there's 3 riots in 3 separate cities without any proof at all, they're good to go. All they need to do is implement the UN forces and they can move right into our country and start going door to door and taking down your arms and killing people and taking them off to the FEMA camps. But when I start doing that, I sound more like Alex Jones. Well, I'm telling you the false flags are very real because we've seen lack of evidence everywhere. There's components to these things that seem to be matching up left and right. I'll give you an example. Power J said all of it in a very quick way. I'll type what he wrote. We all know the protocol by now. This has nothing to do with Islam. The guy was a mentally ill lone wolf. Those who object to points 1 and 2 are racist bigots. Change Facebook profile to flag of inflicted country. Light some candles, hold a vigil, and go on a peace march, and then wait for the next slaughter to happen, and number 7, repeat. I mean, brilliant. Power J, he said it all. I mean, that's exactly what they're doing. It's right out of a playbook. Now, the Manchester Arena was not an actual event. There was no evidence of a real bombing. No, there's hardly scant evidence. All we had was a shoe with a bolt in it and a little bit of blood dripped on it. There's no evidence of anybody hurt. Yeah. So the protocol of the false flag maneuver, and I could do this in Alex Jones' voice if you'd prefer.
Now this is probably another attempt at a false flag to initiate the first stages of martial law to send you to the FEMA camps.
You know, but I don't want to scare you, so. The case of the Pulse nightclub shooting, completely fake. Nobody died. The list of people that were dead were people that died probably in Orlando, Florida of AIDS and didn't even have any family. We're not here to promote your plan on June 8th. Thanks. You can do that once, but multiple times, don't do it. Okay, so we're going to open up guest chat again. We're going to keep trying to get this thing back in here. But as you can see, the elitists are really frightened of me. The Joan Rivers video is coming up in just a second. Hi. Yeah, I had no idea that the London Bridge was fake either, but there's no evidence that anyone died. Now, you don't have to believe what I believe. You can believe whatever you want to believe. But there's no point in believing anything that's so ridiculous. We could leave guest chat up all day. But we'd be attacked and the entire show would be filled with hate. Because these people are using multiple computers now, and they're expert trolls who you know, if you haven't gotten a username by now and come into our show, then you can just watch our show. It's not that big of a deal. So I'm going to play the video right now of Joan Rivers talking about Michelle Obama being a transgender, and then we're going to have a visit from Sarah, who doesn't believe any of this. Okay?
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, did you see enough? You saw the flapping thing in there? Yeah. Guest mode is off right now, but you understand we have got a guy who's strung 5 computers together and it does this instantly. I'm not, no. I'm not at all involved in just, I'm angry that we were defrauded by the Obamas. But I'm just as angry that Trump has been making deals with the Russians on the side. So, we can go in any direction in the show. We can talk about negative things from either administration. We can even talk about Hillary and Podesta and all the corruption they're involved in. It's crazy how many people are messed up there. So as you see, this is not exactly a fun environment anymore when we open up guest chat, to say the least. Now I can let this guy spin out of control, and he'll run out of names in just a bit, and then we can get him under control again. But Sarah's going to be coming into the show and taking over, and we don't do guest chat when she comes in. So
yeah, because we have a different philosophy on it.
yeah, she doesn't think guests should even be coming into the show. They should just get an account.
It's a free account.
Yeah.
It's like...
What's the problem? I like guest chat being open because it gives people a chance to come in. I can't ban the guy. He has a dynamic
He's
IP
afraid
switcher.
that if he bans him, that you wouldn't be able to come in because somehow it would affect your ability to come in and chat.
Yeah. Well, that's a lovely T-shirt. Wow. You didn't have to dress up for the day.
Okay, I'll go get...
Well, I mean, if you like the brown shirt effect, she's got the T-shirt on. It looks nice.
Well, maybe I need to go shopping then.
Well, get something light. The shirt looks good on you. I'm not saying it doesn't look good, but it's just T-shirt. I'm dressed in a suit and you're wearing a T-shirt. It's just like... yeah, anyway. So we'll let the guy spin out of control, and then he comes... Once he spins his load, then he's no good for a while. I have a lot of interesting facts, but I can't prove that these events were real because there's no evidence. See, when you guys stopped asking for evidence of these events, and then they became false flags. Until you see evidence, you can't assume anything, especially the government telling you what's going on. They got crisis acting going on left and right. When they go live with a crisis unit, which is exactly what they do, then they pretend like, oh yeah, this is a real event. They're testing the waters to see how brain dead you really are. You see, the elitists think that they can dumb us down by sticking lithium in our air with chemtrails, which lowers our ability to think, putting fluoride in our water, and most of your drinks are fluoridated. And then they think, well, they can just tell anybody anything and you'll believe it, like a bunch of brain dead sheep. Bah! Bah! That's what they think you are. They see you as useless eaters, like you would look at farm animals. Bah! You're like a cow to them. That's how they see you. You're brain dead. Well, the crisis actors are not allowed to speak out. They sign a confidentiality agreement. Don't blame them. They don't even know what they're signing. How many of you guys have signed a piece of paper without even looking at it? Well, that's what they do, and then they look at it and they go, Jeff Sessions should quit. I asked him to quit a couple of weeks ago. No, She recanted that. She was just pissed at me. I don't touch myself to music. That's a weird question. Doobster said some of these people are attracted to the cow, so I can't put the cow out there. Now you look beautiful. Wow. See what I mean? Damn, you look hot.
Hey, Sarah, you look great.
Yeah, so even Rodney likes it. When your government knowingly lies to you, leaking becomes an act of honoring freedom of speech. And freedom of speech, yeah. No, I'm not into any kind of...
I said I like the people I've met in South Carolina, yes. I don't know if I'm not planning on moving to South Carolina.
Yeah.
Maybe when I retire or something.
Yeah. I did say she looked nice, but not that nice. I didn't think the
Correct, 278.
I didn't think the T-shirt was appropriate considering wearing a suit. That's all. Is it okay to speak the truth? Thanks, because this is Truth Tuesday.
Shopping.
Well, you look great in that outfit. Why? You want something light for the summer?
Thank you.
You want something like a
I'll
light?
have to get like 5 shirts like this.
Okay, well, that'll be fine. No problem. Are you going to be nice to Sarah and not harass her with the guest chat attack? Now, Periscope, let's see what's going on over there. I have not gone to view the broadcast, so let's go there. And then Facebook, where do we go? I went to videos. Not harass her with the guest chat attack.
Did you refresh the page?
Now, Periscope, let's...
Did you mute that?
Now, Periscope, let's see what's going...
Did you refresh?
I'll refresh right now. There it is. Eric Trump, 2.5 hours ago, more Eric Trump retweeted.
You have to click into it to see the chat. Did you mute that?
Now, Periscope, let's see what's going... Okay.
Right, and then you have all these people who are asking you questions.
Joseph Filipino.
Expand this out, you can see it.
Okay. Joseph D. Filipino. Hi, Sarah. She looks fine, Dave. Are you kidding me with this? Keith Jones. Thank you. Well, thank you, too.
I know, David just wants me to look my best. He would probably throw out that brown t-shirt if he could.
I love that brown t-shirt. It's just, for me to do a show in a suit and you're sitting in a brown shirt, it just doesn't look right. Gee, I mean, can I not speak the truth on Truth Tuesday? I mean, I'm just trying to speak the truth. I mean, you got to admit she looks great in that red top. It really accentuates your hair and everything. You look hip and young, and everybody's loving the way you look. Stephen Hawking has a Facebook account. I knew it was BS, yes. You think John Nash is still alive? That's an interesting theory. Somebody said John Nash is Stephen Hawking. I knew it. Yeah, that would be an interesting thing. John Nash allegedly died in a taxi with his wife in 2015. But now we're beginning to believe that John Nash has been asked to be Stephen Hawking because he's the only guy who could pull it off. He's got an IQ that could actually justify it. Wow. John Nash is Stephen Hawking, everybody. We've found out. Yep. We know now. That's very convincing. And I'm the guy that started spinning this story about a year ago. All right. They look very similar, yeah. Well, they're not stopping me from chatting right now because you guys are showing a little bit of respect. I let them spin out of control. They have to reload all those pages. But once they start firing away, Sarah's instructed to hit the guest off button. Okay?
So, Hawk, I would encourage military members to attend the, in full military garb, to attend the services at any places that they might deem questionable. So, in other words, they could show up at mosques and say, well, I'm just here to find out what you're all about. And if they refuse to let them in, I don't think they can.
Well, you know, the Westboro Baptist Church ruling, the Supreme Court said that you could protest right outside within 1,000 feet of a person being buried. So a holy mosque burial Could be surrounded by raging Christians screaming that these people are infidels and they're going to burn in hell. And there's nothing the mosque people can do to stop it. And now Donald Trump wants people who are religious to have political groups. So many jihadists are going to want political groups, like in Dearborn, Michigan. They're going to want the Young Democrats for the Jihad. So Donald Trump has opened up Pandora's box by violating our Constitution. Anyway, please don't say such horrible things around a woman. You're really, really rude. Show a little bit more respect. A lot of you men have been affected truly by what is called the Kinsey syndrome. You've been reading porn and watching porn and fantasizing about porn, and now you think women are all about porn, and they're not. It's the Kinsey syndrome. I'm serious. All of you men are twisted because of it. Really messed up. You've lowered your ability to communicate with women, so women don't even react to you. They think you're all a bunch of like male whores, male sluts. That's what they would like to call you, male sluts. That's
David
what you are.
Stopped at a place last time, and I just didn't want to buy anything then.
Well, the thing is, when we go out shopping, everywhere we go is now polyester, and Sarah and I like to look for cotton-based clothing. It's very difficult.
Except for cotton t-shirts.
The Sloopy video is not in any way extravagant. I mean, it's very respectful, and she dances perfectly fine with her clothing on. I mean, there's nothing inappropriate about the Sloopy video. How can you blame us with all this chemtrail consumption? Well, I mean, yeah, I agree. I'm not blaming you. I'm just asking you to kind of mitigate and slow down on the weird behavior. Sarah is not a victim, no. I've shown Sarah absolute respect ever since I've known her. And if you do the same, you'll have a woman in your life too. Okay, Sarah's going to take over right now. I'm going to go fix up something. I'll be back. Thank you. But hit the enter button if there's a problem.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Let's do a little trivia, maybe. Today is Tuesday. Tangential Trivia Tuesday. Let's see what we shall do. I don't think I'm going to do mythology and folklore. I'm saving that. I think we're going to do some idioms. And I'll say the idioms, and then you can tell me what you think it means. I probably said this one already, but what is it to call a spade a spade? Thank you, Mystify Me. You like it when I talk to you. You're not a big trivia fan. I understand. I'll try to just talk to you. Hello, Joseph. Thanks for laughing. I never went to Europe, David Nation. I've never been there. Never plan on being there. Thank you. Yes, to call a spade, printer is correct. It's to not sugarcoat, and it's to be blunt. To speak directly and bluntly, to avoid euphemism. The prosecutor said, let's call a spade. You didn't borrow the money, you stole it. Well, you should just thank David for encouraging me to dress nicer, Miss Entropy. And thanks, Joseph. I'm watching the Facebook chat now. Oh. That's interesting. Okay. Why am I looking at this? Or no, why am I looking at this? I'm not going to look at that. I'm going to go to YouTube. All right. You like the red on me? What does it mean to be in the bag? Well, I've got that one in the bag. Like I know it really well. Maybe. Oh, let me see. I shouldn't be doing it over here. I should be doing that over here. Oh, an A. I'm a small person. It all depends on the time of year, actually. We don't, even though we have Discord, we don't really use Discord, if that makes any sense. Hello, Hardwood. Don't forget us on YouTube. Trivia Tuesday, calling something what it is. Yes. Well, trivial. Sometimes it feels that way anyway. Alright, now I'm gonna scroll over so I can see your chat, or no, scroll down so I can see your chat. Hi. Okay, fantastic. I can watch YouTube chat, I can watch Facebook chat, Periscope chat, and regular those. They are. Alright, next one. What does it mean to call the tune? As in, the one who pays the piper calls the tune. Comes from that proverb. How about I'll just go like that. That way you can feel like I've turned off guest chat. The one person that wanted guest chat off feels like guest chat is off for 10 minutes. Thank you, 997. Okay, yes, to be Rastunka Plunk is correct. And Rex pays a check, be in charge, be like Sarah, be like a boss. If you call the tune, it's all good. All right, what does it mean? Can't hold a handle. Oh wait, can't hold a candle to. Good job, Hardwood. You got it too. As in, are you kidding me with this? Okay, hi Joseph. Something not worthy of praise, not as good as, not worthy of attention. You think not can't hold a candle to? Is far inferior to. Good, that's true. As in, speaker, Senator Nelson is extremely knowledgeable, but as a speaker, he can't hold a candle to Senator Delano, meaning Delano is better than Nelson. An expression describing a person or thing that is distinctly inferior to someone or something else. Good. Perfect. What does it mean to when someone can't see the forest for the trees? Hardwood is someone who's watching over at YouTube. Can't compare to another ideology? Question mark. He's blind. They're ignorant. Can't see the larger picture. Means you're stuck in an unshakable opinion. Yeah, I agree. Hardwood says he doesn't do Von Live anymore. 614 guest thinks you've been banned. Does it really matter? I don't think that's a political question. All right, so yes, it's an expression of someone who's too involved in the details of a problem to look at the situation as a whole, too involved in the little nitty-gritty to look at the bigger picture. All right, what does it mean to carry a torch for? Cause, lead the way, support, advocate for, be enamored of. I'm going to go with Bukra, to be infatuated with. Some people hold such a torch for David that they just have to watch him every single day. All the time. If they hold a torch for him, they love him. What does carte blanche mean? No problem, Jackson. I know, some people are like, I wish I had trolls. Printer is right to do whatever you want. 997 is right. It's like you have an open checkbook. A la carte is ice cream. Like, oh no, a la mode is ice cream. Carte blanche is like a blank card, meaning that one can be filled in as a person wishes. I know, you wish you could be in for David. All right, what does it mean to cash in one's checks? Or no, chips. Cash in one's chips. Die, retire, win, you're done. You don't necessarily win, but you do just say, I'm walking away. I'm pushing it away. You want one of those carte blanche cards, hardwood? Yeah, that would be fun. Oh, I always have to like scroll down. Yeah, collect your favors, collect your winnings. All right. Okay, what is it? What are castles in the air? Some people tell David to stop building castles in the air, but of course he'll never. Dreams, illusions, space stations, pipe dreams, delusions. It says extravagant hopes and plans that will never be carried out. How about may never be carried out? Castles in the Sand is a Jimi Hendrix song. Nice. All right. Because I'm in charge of the site and social media, and obviously I'm not the best 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, Purge message says, Sarah, Sears is closing 66 more stores and Joe's Crab Shack is now bankrupt. Poor Joe. Well, if I did that, then I couldn't do what I do, 570, and I love what I do. All right, I saved that Zero Hedge one for David. You got a Joe's Crab. It's closing. This is your solution if I'm tired of the spam. I'm tired of the spam. Grab this add-on for Chrome. While on the Von line, click on the custom JavaScript add-on icon and insert the below code. Click Save. Guests will now be hidden. You can modify the guest keyword to anything you would like. Any line of chat text containing the string will be hidden. That's pretty cool. So that at least you don't have to view the guest chat. That's pretty cool. I can't, of course, do that because David loves to see the guest chat. I don't think David has ever gone rock climbing, and that would be a question for David. I have been rock climbing, not that far off the ground. I would say I was about 20 feet up. And then when I tried to descend, I made the mistake of holding onto the rope when you're supposed to spread out. And anyway, so I kind of got scraped up a little bit. But fortunately, I was only like 20 feet off the ground, so that was pretty good. Rock climbing? No, it's like climbing mountains. It's like mountain climbing, and you have like, it's actually climbing rocks. Yeah, Joe's Crab Shack is being sold. At least that's what I've heard. Actual mountain climbing. No crack involved. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you should sell it down. Yeah, I zipped down the line. It was not fun. I always wanted to try zip lining, but then I heard about that zip line accident where the person got like what was it? They got a disease, like a really bad disease, like flesh-eating bacteria after they went ziplining, and those lines snapped back on them. So that's so ever since I heard about that, I'm like, I am not going ziplining. I don't think so, 948, but okay. All right. What does it mean to catch as catch can? Catch as catch can. Yeah, ziplining does look fun. Cash you outside. Yes, I know I don't do a very good job at that, 206. I need to go work on that. I know the trolling can be annoying. I'll give you a sentence with it. We don't have enough textbooks for all the students, so it'll be catch as catch can. Yeah, that's all you're reading here from all the horrible guests. Fight for it. That means you're on your own. Make do with what you have. Rex is right. Grab what's available. Hardwood's right. Yes. So that's exactly right. You just make do with limited means is catching as catch can. At 637 today we are doing, we're working on idioms. What is cause célèbre? Wait. Célèbre. Célèbre. I'm saying it wrong. Célèbre. Hardwood is over at youtube.com. I was thinking it was cause for celebration as well, but Rex says it's the reason you do it. And it says it's a cause or issue generally political that arouses public opinion. The question of the draft was a cause célèbre in the 1960s. From the French, it means celebrated cause.
Célèbre. Cause célèbre. Celebrated cause. Cause célèbre.
All right. Hardwood Misanthropy says hi.
Hi.
All right.
Hi there.
What is C'est la vie? So we lost a softball game by 22 runs. What can you do? C'est la vie. Such is life. 421 is right. Such is life.
Dinner is always great. I try to minimize the amount of food I eat now to try to minimize the net effect on my body, because I realize that I have to stay, looking good. I don't eat baba ganoush, no. That's a Jewish dish. I would never eat that.
Hello, David Nation.
It's expensive to make and to buy. I mean.
And you've got Hardwood over at YouTube.
Hey, Hardwood, what's going on, man?
Welcome back, David.
Hardwood. Yeah, great name there. Dave, the user Ghost is dropping links with keylogger viruses.
Actually, the user Ghost is dropping information so that people, if they so choose to, can create a script so that they don't have to look at all the guest chatter. If they don't want to. It's a way to, mute guests in general.
That's interesting, yeah. If I wanted to mute guests, I would just turn guest off,
I know, but these are for people that are in the chat room.
They want to see it. Yeah.
That don't want to look at guest chat.
Maybe Ghost wants to develop our new chat room. Maybe you'd like to develop that chat room.
Yeah, Ghost, maybe you want to work with... Yeah, maybe
Misanthropy might want to...
chat room.
I was thinking...
Misanthropy, me...
Yeah, you.
Ghost, Misanthropy, and I should all work together this summer.
Yeah. It would be a good move.
That would be cool.
Yeah. We actually could get a demo site going. That'd be kind of awesome, wouldn't it? Just to try it out.
It says the code is legit. It's simplistic code.
Simplistic code. Thank you, Ghost, for trying to help. I heard the CNN did the CNSA leak, but it doesn't really matter at this point. As long as the leak is out, we know now the truth. So the truth prevails. Doesn't matter who leaked it. I mean, Edward Snowden's getting a pass. I don't think he's going to face any prosecution. It doesn't look like it. And I guess they just let Chelsea Manning out. She's started her new career as a tranny.
Thank you, 146, for giving some advice to Joker. Yeah, like they said, David probably would not show a picture from CDN 4chan.
We know that this could happen, but I'm not using his scripting. Okay, because I want the guest chat. I'm the guy who likes to read it.
Yeah, like I said, that's awesome. I wish I could, but obviously I can't use it because David likes to look at guest chat.
Did Megyn Kelly and Alex Jones actually do an interview? Or are you thinking that would be a good thing?
Who? Megyn Kelly
and Alex Jones. I didn't know they were going to do an interview. Is Alex Jones trying to prop his career up, or is Megyn Kelly trying to drop her career down? I mean, you tell me.
We're both doing better than you, I'm sure. 840.
I'm sorry you're greatly offended, David Nation. Calling you a snowflake. You have a job. You work.
Who's calling you a snowflake?
Well, David Nation felt that somebody was calling him a snowflake. He's not a millennial at all. He's a real working man.
Mad Dog and David Nation, they have a repartee.
Do they do?
A lot.
It goes back?
Yeah, it goes way back. Like, probably before our show.
Well, David Nation was hitting on DT Laura for a while, and Mad Dog was protecting her.
You're always going to have those questions. What do you think?
Don't even go there. Does Dave the truth on the NSA leaker won't ever talk about? What? Yeah, she's FBI arrests a Trump hater. Reality Lee winner for leaking classified document. Yeah, I think that the woman's awesome. I think should be a saint. I think she's up there with Joan of Arc. Her name is Reality Lee. I think that's a cool name, you know. How would you like to be named Reality Lee as opposed to Fantasy Dave? Yeah, Delusional Dave. It's better than Reality Lee.
I don't know what you call what you call that, David Nation.
Thank you, Sarah, for helping out. And you look great in red. Wow, that's beautiful.
Okay, maybe I'll have to buy some more red clothes.
Well, it's just a beautiful top. Thank you for putting something nice on. The brown T-shirt was okay. It was
Well,
more
I
like.
just couldn't wear what I was wearing earlier because I was wearing a T-shirt with an insignia, and at least I went to a T-shirt without an insignia. But I'll dress up from now on.
Yeah, I think she did it. Yeah, exactly. So this woman's a saint. I mean, you think about it. Thank you, Reality Lee. You will get pardoned when I become president. Don't worry. The contractor may have some culpability, but she obtained a secret security clearance via a government agency that is supposed to accomplish an in-depth background check and eliminate individuals like her from the security pool. The real questions are who's in charge of that agenda or that agency, and why are individuals with her background getting security clearance? So all you have to do is walk up and say you're a young journalist and you can get security clearance now. No, I never created that website. Yeah, well, apparently the truth is out. Now, are you complaining that the NSA leak occurred? I mean, many of you are living on the truth, a lot of the truth. The NSA leaks have led us to, there's actually the ransomware out there now. Apparently people, through the Vault 7 link that happened on WikiLeaks, people have ransomware and they're able to use it willy-nilly. I have a theory about that the CIA purposely leaked this, and they're using WikiLeaks as a venue like a public relations firm. Because they don't want anyone pointing the finger at them when somebody says, hey, you've been hacking my entire account. Oh, it could have been anybody. That was a WikiLeaks, Vault 7, ransomware. It could be anything. So now no longer can you point the finger at the NSA. It's kind of clever when you think about it, leaking all that data. Yeah. Anyway, if I'm talking above your head, don't worry. If everything makes sense, that's a good thing. Okay, so we're no longer going to look at her face. Right? She seems like she could play in the Brady Bunch. She seems like a really sweet young gal. Well, let's be clear. Where is Barack Obama when we need him to take over? I don't really like Barack Obama as our president. I was against him from the get-go. I think he was a CIA agent working for the Mossad and the New World Order. I think Donald Trump is working for the New World Order now, and Kissinger. So in a way, I kind of look at all of these people as being unuseful for the American people. They're not really representing you. They're not representing your lifestyle, whether you're a snowflake, millennial, or an advanced, elderly, old fogey who liked rock and roll back in the day. We have talked about political sex on the show. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, are you hot for Kellyanne Conway because she's married? Is she the kind of, high-profile figure you'd be interested in? Because her husband, George, just tweeted a comment pretty much saying that Trump shouldn't be tweeting. I think that was a pretty noble thing for George to do. And Kellyanne, she's an attorney. What kind of sex do you want to talk about? What do you mean by political sex? Yeah, I don't even know what that is. Because all you think about is sex because that's all that's on your mind. Your hormones are taking over you. You're like an animal. You simply react to the steroids that are in your body. You are like Mr. Anderson, completely out of your own hormonal control system. You live because you think you are destined to replicate, but in reality you're being neutered with the GMO food they give you. the epicite that they put in your diet that takes away your ability to replicate. You are simply becoming a drone, a eunuch, sitting in your own masturbatory delight, wondering, ooh, what'll I do today? I'll masturbate some more. That's your world. You become useless. And that's all you people talk about is sex. They are huge glasses, I know. I'm just saying, guys, I mean, stop masturbating. It doesn't, give it a rest. Jeez. You too, ladies. Yeah, I know, and that's why you're drained. You have no creative juices. I'm serious. There's a definite connection between your sexual prowess and your ability to think. It may, on a daily basis, prevent something. Who knows? That's an old wives' tale that it prevents prostate cancer. But since all you think about is sex, don't you think that there's a reason why you're thinking only about sex? Because you can't get your mind elevated to a higher level. If you hold back a little bit, you may have a complex thought in your head and you may, well, I might like to build a biodome. I'm a condescending, arrogant piece of shit? Wow. Well, at least I'm telling like it is. It's Truth Tuesday, and you're basically a bottom-dwelling troll from God knows where. Minneapolis, Minnesota. I don't really think it's appropriate to know your ISP, so I don't have any IP data on you. And it's a TOS, it's terms of service requirement. I can't gather your IP. But the NSA is watching you. So they have all of your information, including the VPN you're on. My content on my cooking show will be making an amazing shrimp clam linguine. So the answer is shrimp clam linguine, extra seafoody. Shrimp clam linguine will be on the menu. Well, what's the difference between chemtrails and contrails? Well, I have a website constructed for you to find out. It's called Chemtrail Party. Let me see if it works. Hang on, I've got to... Yeah, it sounds good. Thank you. Thank you for reporting. Well, apparently I have to enable Flash Player to see the whole thing. So I can't see it over there. Wow. That sucks. You go to Chemtrail Party and then you... You go to the media blog. And then you look at the pictures. And this is the difference right here. This is a contrail, and that's a chemtrail. All right? I know, linguine is going to be really good. We'll put some butter in it for you, too. We have the ability to mute anybody who does non-appropriate chat here. So bear in mind, this is an adult chat room, but some of you are acting like children. So there's your answer. My hair was designed to look good. You know, that's what I do. I look good. It's one of the best qualities of my presidency is David looks good. I also am professional at exuding an air of confidence. Some people perceive it as arrogance, condescending arrogance, and then they think I look like a piece of shit. But I look good and I exude confidence. I smell good, yes. I'm not into perfume, though, or cologne. I shower 2 or 3 times a day because I swim. I work out. Not like Michael Phelps. I don't take a big bong hit and swim 5 miles. Good evening. I don't have red eyes. That's the tinting, the yellow against the background. These are 50 Shades of Beige here. You're looking at 50 Shades of Beige, my new book. It's not about sadomasochism. Women don't dig the 50 Shades of Beige. They're a little bit put off by it. No, I only wear this suit once a week on Truth Tuesday. No, I don't enjoy coitus interruptus with quotes from ex-presidents. Like, ask not what you can do for your orgasm. Ask what you can do for my orgasm. I don't do that during sex.
I'm sorry, but I'm not a crook. I'm not going to take your virginity.
I mean, that would be very disturbing.
I did list after a Playboy magazine.
My eyes just look like I woke up from a cryo sleep. You have been disturbing in the show. Rodney,
I was talking to BB Rebozo about how pretty Pat was, and he said that he'd like to pull a threesome, and I said no. There's no way. I'm sorry, BB, but Pat's mine. All mine. I respect the institution of marriage.
Jackson 69 was playing our show the other night, dancing to Can't Stop, We Won't Stop. We knew about your show, Jackson. That's cool that you were having fun. The whole thing about doing online broadcasting, it is fun.
Well, I don't know about Richard Nixon being our best president. Creating the petrodollar also involves getting us involved in wars to protect the petrodollar.
Oh, really? Nixon called Pat Bunny?
Bunny, could you come over here and adjust my belt? Oh, Bunny, you're such a turn on.
It'd be kind of funny to be a fly on the wall in every one of these, private sessions, like the one Trump had in the Moscow hotel. Wouldn't you like to know what that videotape has on it? The dossier says it's real. Do you even care? All right. Well, let's take a look here. Barack Obama and Michelle probably never had sex except on camera. What is this, the Donald J. Trump shopping site? Look at that. You can buy a pin now. Presidential American flag lapel for $34.95. So he's selling his own souvenirs. This is unbelievable. Talk about conflict of interest. I didn't flip out. I walked up to a guy who was I honestly walked up to a guy who was putting fumes in our air. The entire group was sitting downwind from a guy splashing lighter fluid on burgers. And I asked, do you normally put the lighter fluid right on the flame as it splashes up on the burger? I don't have the tape to play. It is hilarious. And I said, you better remember me, because you're definitely going to remember me, buddy. He came into me, you know what he told me? He came in the room recently, and he said, hey, Dave, I'm the guy who got pissed off at you at that event. And he said, I'm dying of cancer. I just want you to know. Yeah. He was using the lighter fluid like was no big deal for him. And the guy's now dying of cancer. Yep, that's what happens when you breathe lighter fluid and eat them on burgers. I was trying to help these people. I'd like my burger with extra lighter fluid, please. I mean, what a joke. Who would use lighter fluid around a burger where people are going to eat it? That's why I was pissed. Yeah, there you go. Let's take a look.
Live casting, and I gotta ask this guy over here, what kind of
there's some index cards, some pins,
what are you putting on his barbecue that causes everybody to breathe fumes? Like right now, I'm breathing fumes. Hey, I got a question for you. What are you using to get these things going? Because I'm smelling a lot of fumes. You guys use like lighter fluid or something on there? You do? You realize it's all blowing right into people's faces? You're okay with that? Fumigating everybody? It's freaking crazy. You're polluting everybody.
It is.
You're polluting everybody. Yeah, I will.
It's freaking crazy is what it is. Hold on, I got a band to do here. Anybody who would put lighter fluid on a barbecue. Have a good day, sir. Stephen? You can go screw yourself. Let it play. I did let it play. I got enough of it. Dude, the guy didn't own me. You didn't hear, but there were 5 cops standing within 12 feet of that area. Do you really believe that I would have gotten into a fist fight with some guy? No, that was the best part. Well, he didn't like the fact that I was criticizing the way he was making the burgers. I still believe it's dangerous to use lighter fluid on meat. I mean, I'm going to stand on the record and say that that's just bad. Truly. I don't know if any of you use the coals correctly when you're making a fire, but you've got to get the coals cooking and brownish. No real barbecue master uses lighter fluid, David. Exactly. I am a man of peace. That's why I didn't get into a fist fight in front of 5 cops. I mean, I walked away. I was like, I had it on videotape. That was good enough. Hey, if you think the guy owned me, that's your choice. I own the situation. I dominate in situations like that. Because if you get into a physical encounter with somebody, number one, you got lawsuits flying, and then you got the police involved. It just doesn't work out. I don't blame you, man. Yeah, I dominate the situation. It's not about winning the battle. It's about winning the war. I don't want to be intimidating. I don't think you understand. I have to play down my whole physically intimidating appearance. I literally lower the bar when I talk to people. I kind of get down to earth, you know. Dude, I'm attacking the use of lighter fluid at a barbecue. Are you brain dead? No, apparently you just ate your burger and it has nothing but lighter fluid on it. And you're going, Dave, first you attack Trump, now American barbecues. You guys have been breathing too much lighter fluid. That's the problem. I've never killed anybody. No. I've never killed anybody. That's a lie. We've got this logged. You're lying about me. Oh, we can't get that picture, Joker fan. Oh, I get it. I'm not the Zionist Ashkenazi. That's why the mainstream media won't hire me. You're right. Good point, Joker fan. David, don't take our freedoms away. Freedom to poison yourself with lighter fluid. You didn't know? I mean, yeah, it's unbelievable. I walked up to this event for an hour. I'm breathing lighter fluid. And I'm seeing the guy spray the lighter fluid on the coals as it splashes up onto the burgers that people are eating. It was the stupidest thing. And I was like, hey, all I'm doing is saying I'm calling out, a foul's a foul. In a sporting event, when you see somebody, slap somebody in the face, it's a foul. But it's okay to put lighter fluid on your food? That's a foul. I'm sorry. In the game of life, in the game of life, in the game of life, everyone gets sprayed in the face with lighter fluid. I mean, seriously. Many of you have had gas situations where you're out by the pump and you're breathing fumes. I mean, some of you people have had blowouts, from filling up your gas tank. It's not uncommon for your thing to pop out as it reaches the end. It's like, oh no, it's two gallons of gas in the ground. But that's the point I'm making. We're all experiencing petrochemical pollution, big time. There are some kids in the Indian tribe up in Alaska that actually this is so sad, they grab little plastic bags and fill them up with gas from a gas leak near their school. And they put them in plastic bags and they breathe them to get high before they go into the class, where they sit there and go. And their brain cells are dying. This is no joke, man. We've had the infrastructure of the combustion engine for over 100 years now, and we haven't really made any modifications to how we handle these fumes. Like the crap coming out of your muffler. 85% of the fuel that goes in your tank goes out your muffler. There's not a lot of work being done in this area because the petrochemical companies, and like Rex Tillerson, our Secretary of State, he doesn't give a shit about what you breathe. He doesn't even care about kids being molested in the Boy Scouts. He didn't prosecute one child molestation when he was president of the Boy Scouts for 20 years. These people just want to make money. They don't care if petrochemicals are flying in your face. So I have a big quest, and that is to begin the process of limiting exposure to chemicals, so without costing you money. So I want to see point of use filtration systems, even in your car. So if you're in a car driving down the road and you got your air conditioning on, your oxygen levels are actually declining by about 15%, believe it or not. It's not increasing your oxygen levels. But what's worse is that it's bringing in all the pollution from your vents and it's air conditioning it. You're not even filtering the air. So what I'd love to see is the government sponsor a plan to help keep people with indoor air pollution. And that's the starting point, and then we'll get to the mufflers later. But when you're in your car and your vehicle is going on the freeway, you're going to be breathing fumes from all those cars. So it's just a small thing we can do to protect our lungs. Okay? And nobody's making any inroads in this area. And I'm sure these products will sell like hotcakes overseas too. I have great ideas, I just can't implement them. I pitched this idea to a bunch of venture capitalists back in the 1980s, and nobody was interested. So I'm hoping when I become president, I'll be able to spearhead these programs in our government and build these products without costing you your tax dollars any money, and get a return on investment so we can actually sell these things overseas and export them. Okay, a program deciding an 8-year-old girl disqualified from soccer game. She looks like a boy. Wow, and she's a real girl. She can't play because she looks like a boy. This is ridiculous. Four chan knows they respect me because I have countered them. I'm troll proof. They were unable to troll me. So I've somehow won their respect. 4chan is not something that I'm going to have a problem with when I get on to the next level. I've never broadcast anywhere other than here. If you want to broadcast me on other networks like Twitch, you can. I'm on Battlecam right now. I'm on Periscope. But I'm honestly not tracking my Periscope. I haven't seen anybody come in there. And as far as my Facebook people are concerned, I'm not seeing these people either.
New tonight, the family of an 8-year-old Omaha girl is angry after she and her team were disqualified from a girls' soccer tournament earlier today. Tournament officials thought she was a boy. Brandon Scott is looking into this tonight. It is a story you will only see on 6.
Millie Hernandez is 8 years old. She loves soccer, and she loves her short haircut.
When my hair starts to grow, I just put it short because I always had short hair. So I didn't like my hair long.
Millie plays soccer for Omaha's Azzurri Cachuros girls club team. She's so good, even though she's 8, she's on the 11-year-old roster. Her dad couldn't be more proud.
It's what she likes. It's what she always wanted to play soccer.
This weekend, Millie helped lead her team to the finals of the Springfield Soccer Club girls tournament. But on Sunday, before taking the field, Millie and her team were suddenly disqualified. Springfield soccer organizers believed Millie was a boy.
She was in shock. She even was crying after they told us.
She was in shock.
She was crying. They make her cry.
Just because I look like a boy doesn't mean I am a boy. But they don't have a reason to kick the whole club out.
Millie's family claims they showed Millie's insurance card to tournament organizers to prove she's a girl. It wasn't enough.
They didn't want to listen. They said the president had made his decision and there wasn't any change in that.
Do you think it's fair what happened to you?
No.
No? How does it make you feel what happened to you?
Not happy.
But Millie won't let this stop her from playing.
Since I can't play here, there's other tournaments that I can play.
Yeah, really, that's
Soccer
sad.
Club organizers declined our request for an interview, but they did tell me to contact their attorney tomorrow. They also said if Millie's family wants to challenge all of this, they can appeal to the Nebraska State Soccer Association. Reporting live with photographer Nick Bohan, I'm Brandon Scott, WOWT 6 News.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely sue the hell out of. I think the ACLU would give her free legal services. Yeah, she definitely can win that suit, no problem. This is pathetic. I know. Judging people by what they look like, not their actual gender. It's just, if anything, we become more xenophobic about trannies than ever before. I don't care. She's a girl, dude. Yeah, maybe she should grow her hair out. Hey, lighter fluid poisoning is definitely real. The poisonous ingredient is right here for all of us to see. And you can definitely see that it's dangerous. It's got benzene in it. And I was trying to help all the people there, and you're criticizing me because I went up and I was the truth teller. I was the person who stood up for all the people that were breathing the fumes. And they probably went home and had loss of vision, severe pain in their throat, burning in their nose, eyes, ears, lips, or tongue, decreased urine output, blood in their stool. It's like, honey, that burger was good, but I'm bleeding in my stool. Vomiting blood, collapse, low blood pressure, breathing difficulty, throat swelling, coma. So I was trying to help all those people there and doing the right thing, and you're rolling me over the coals and claiming I was owned. When I had 5 cops around me that would have easily swooped down on me if I had done anything other than just raise my voice. Apparently you guys have no experience dealing with law enforcement. I have a guy I know who, on 4th of July, he decided to go to Newport Beach. And he was standing in there, drinking his beer out there, outside of a bar. And he saw some guy getting rousted by the police. And he walked up and said, hey, you can't do that. We're America. You freely do anything you want to do. I was never arrested, no. And the cop turned to him and said, you want somebody? And he took him right out of the line, hauled him out, and arrested him too. And he spent a day and a half in jail on the 4th of July, just for standing up for somebody's rights to freely walk around. So we're dealing with a draconian police force right now, which doesn't give a crap about human rights or anyone's personal freedoms. And if we don't get this in check real soon, you're going to have goose-stepping Nazis walking around or worse. Cybernetic organisms who will take over the world. The human flesh of a metal exoskeleton, and they have the power to destroy you. Yeah. But luckily, Arnold will not be involved. Yeah, seriously. We got potential for computerized Robocops to be rolling out any minute now. So if you don't think this third party is necessary right now, then you are mistaken. Because this is the only time we're ever going to be able to stop these psycho elitists that think they can own all of us. There's no controls placed on any of the activities that our government's currently doing. Robots can be very scary, and they will take you down. They will take you down. Yeah. Michelle Obama tells Apple to make room for women. Why would Michelle say that? She should say make room for trannies. Michelle's a dude, man. What's she still pretending like she's a woman? This is crazy. Why didn't she write a tell-all book like Barack Obama did about how he wanted to have a homosexual relationship with his professor? Sessions will resign, yeah. I said he had to resign. He should resign. Donald Trump does everything I tell him to do. I don't know personally what he's listening to, but he seems to be following things that I suggested not to sign any Copenhagen Treaty or Cap and Trade Treaty. He didn't sign the Paris Treaty. That was my idea. Sessions, I said, needs to resign. I said that before Sessions screwed up. Yeah, so I think Donald's just watching our show going, well, Dave was right again. Maybe Donald could pull it all together if he just chooses me as his VP and tells Pence to take a hike. That's probably his best move. For Donald, that'd be a smart move. It's like pull in an average American to be your VP and then really show the American people that you've got a voice. Yeah. That would be the best move for Donald Trump, is to hire me as the vice president and tell Pence, we don't need your services. Number one, Pence has not submitted any of his emails when he was governor. He's still delinquent in presenting emails. People are wondering, you had a private email server like Hillary. How come you haven't revealed your emails, Pence? Yeah, I mean, obviously the best move for him to save the presidency right now is to put me in the vice presidency. And I'd take a back seat. He could consult with me. I wouldn't tell him what to do. Yeah. And I even offer any kind of, moral advice. Maybe I can help guide him in the right direction, away from some of the bad deals like Kushner's setting up. They say Kushner is trying to work a $4 billion Russian loan to buy his Kushner building at 666 Fifth Avenue. His family got into it pretty deep. 1.8 billion in 2007 they spent, and it cost them a lot. So they think that Kushner was trying to set up a back channel to Russia in order to talk business. That's very, very serious conflict of interest. Well, I think I could lower the bar of stress for him by just. In fact, I could probably be his press secretary better than any of the Fox News anchors. Dave, the truth about Seth Rich.
Okay, this is day 2.
Oh, we're going to talk about George Webb? Okay. Well, bear in mind, George Webb is a Mossad agent, so. The president takes on tax day. The president's show, Comedy Central. Okay. I can play that later, but not right now. This is George Webb, a Mossad agent, who's speaking out on. I almost think that putting a Mossad agent on the Seth Rich course is purposeful. They're trying to actually discredit the whole thing.
25.4. Sometimes metadata is your friend.
You've been to 666 Fifth Avenue, the Grand Havana Room, really? Well, basically, Kushner had to sell 49.5% of the Kushner building a few years ago for $88 million, even though his family spent $1.8 billion on it, just to keep it rolling. But this deal with Russia would have given him a cool $400 million and gotten out from under their massive debt. So many people are believing that Kushner is working the deal on the side with Russia, just like Trump does side deals with Russian oligarchs. So everybody wants to harvest the money in Russia out of the Trump administration. That alone. Well, number one, when George Webb speaks about the Seth Rich files, we've already seen he's a Mossad asset, so anything he says is going to discredit the files. We need to look at the hard evidence. So I will look at this story tonight. But many people believe that this guy is just, pretending to do an investigation. That's the biggest problem here, is anyone pretending to do something is not going to do the right thing. Like the special prosecutor Mueller. He hasn't even applied for 10 years of taxes from Donald Trump. I mean, you would have thought that would be the first thing he'd want to look at. 2006 to 2016. I was going to say the same about you. Are you a lesbian? Buck Ross says, reality gave up freedom so you could reclaim yours. Yeah. I think what reality did is pretty cool. I think reality Reality Lee, as she calls herself, is pretty amazing. Yeah. I don't have any mental health records. Why would I need mental health records? People with mental health problems have mental health records. I've never had any mental health problems. So I was going to ask you, are you lesbian? Are you a male lesbian? Because some of you are appearing to be male lesbians here. Back in the early days of AOL, I couldn't get anyone to talk to me. And I noticed other people were having the same problem. 35, male, single, nobody wants to talk to you. Thank you. So then you start to see these guys pretend to be women, like, lesbian dancers, 18 female lesbian dancer. Let's chat. Yeah. So I was chatting with this 18-year-old lesbian dancer one day, and it wasn't like I was interested in an 18-year-old lesbian dancer. It was just, we got into a conversation. And it was like an hour-long chat. It was an hour long until I finally realized this guy doesn't seem like he's a real woman, because it's a dude. And I finally said, look, are you a dude? Are you a dude chatting with me right now? And he said, yeah, I am a dude. I can't get anyone to chat with me, so I have to say I'm an 18-year-old female lesbian dancer. I mean, that's the old days of AOL. You couldn't even get anyone to chat with you, so now maybe you're having the same problem. So yeah, a lot of male lesbians out there now. It's kind of weird. I think the world is morphing into something unnatural. Scarn finally laughed, first time in a long time. That's amazing. I've had that effect on people. I had a person come in last week and said, I'm dying of cancer. I'm terminal, David, but I watch your show and you make me laugh. You make me smile. Yeah, I mean, isn't that amazing? I thought that was one of the nicest things anybody could ever say. So a lot of you have been tripping out, hanging out because you know that I want to legalize marijuana. And you know that that's a big part of the new future for America because, 36 states now have some form of legal marijuana? So many of you, think that this is a good thing. Well, I think it is a good thing. Believe it or not, people are getting benefits from marijuana, big time. The truth is, marijuana heals people, makes people feel better. I'm not kidding. They're finding CBD oil helps reduce the skin cancer growths. They're finding that weed the people. Yeah, they're finding that people with Parkinson's are getting temporary relief from CBD oil. And this is not even psychoactive. Some people spray their face with CBD oil. That'd be kind of fun. I should put some THC in the spray and see if it goes through my skin. I'm in a legal marijuana state, so I could probably do that. Yeah, liquid THC, please. I don't think they sell any liquid THC. I guess they have CBD oil. They make THC oil. Yeah, they do. But it's got, I believe, benzene in it, so it wouldn't exactly be good for my face. Dangerous Chinese chicken on the horizon at your local grocery. Natural News is doing a story about Donald Trump's allowing this. White House source says career globalists pissing their pants about Trump's plan for NAFTA talks this summer. Jonathan, you're still carrying the belief that Kissinger is not in control of Trump's entire cabinet? Wow. You actually believe that him posing with Kissinger doesn't imply that he's sucking up to the New World Order? That's pretty amazing that you believe that. You didn't see him meet Kissinger and have this little greeting in the, oh yeah, he was sitting in there with Kissinger. You didn't see this? What the hell, man? You're acting like Donald Trump is anti-establishment. What the hell's wrong with you? He's a Zionist bot.
Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia and various other matters. We're talking about Syria, and I think that we're going to do very well with respect to Syria. I think things are happening that are really, really, really positive.
Positive?
We're going to stop the killing and the death. We had a very, very good meeting with Mr. Lavrov, and it was, I thought it was very, very good. What we want to do is we want to see the killing, the horrible killing in Syria stop as soon as possible, and everybody's working toward that end.
Oh yeah, by installing rebel troops to undermine Assad's control over his own government, to break up and create rebel enclaves and gas attacks on Syrian people. Oh yeah, you and Kissinger, you're doing a real bang-up job of work there in Syria. Oh yeah, look at Kissinger. Look at his smile, his sick face on his... You know what he says? Military men are dumb, stupid animals. It's really a new world order. Yeah, he's not exactly the guy you want to have at the helm. So he's basically... Trump and Kissinger are basically the new world order. And you voted for Trump. It's amazed. Yeah. Dave, start a 501c3 charity. No, I'm not a scammer. You don't understand. I don't do the 501c3. I met people who did that back during the Tea Party age, and they were all trying to make millions of dollars doing this. I have never made a penny doing what I do. Never. I can prove it too. This is not about making money. This is about reaching out to millions and millions of people and getting the word out that we need a third party and waking people up. This is about a revolution of awareness, making people realize that these are the scumbags that are running our country into the ground, forcing us into wars that we don't need to be involved in. MMA fighter Bas Ratun, how CBD helped with his professional fighting to stay off addictive opioids. Opioids. Yeah. People that are major mixed martial art fighters are using this. CBD oil is great. It lowers pain thresholds. Rutan is a former world champion of the mixed martial arts arena. And those are his legs? I don't think so. You know, a picture of Rutan would be nice, but I don't know. The health ranger didn't have one. Yeah, he's senile and he's saying, I'm smarter than this a-hole, Kissinger. Yeah, I'm senile, but I'm smarter than Donald Trump. Well, we know that Trump is sucking up to the New World Order when he posed with him the day he fired James Comey. Or was it the day after? And then he invited the Russians to his personal meeting at the Oval Office. Donald Trump is violating laws left and right. He didn't involve the free press. He didn't involve any U.S. press to that meeting. Nobody knows what they talked about. Oh, yeah, we're going to have to open up the tapes on that, too, the Russian meeting that he had. That's been on audio tape. This is going to get better than the Kissinger, or rather Nixon. Nixon, thank you. Nixon's Watergate hearings. This is going to get better than that. This is going to be the biggest impeachment of all times, the greatest ratings of any impeachment of any president. Donald even said that. He really believes it's going to be good. All right. What are you talking to Rodney about, misanthropy? Don't ever communicate with him. No, not if you want us to have your trust. Yep. Seriously. Rodney has been a paid troll on our show for years. I'm fairly sure he gets money to do this. It's not about insecurity, it's about loose lips sink ships. I'm even having a problem with misanthropy working on a website. I'll be talking to Sarah about that. Yeah. Comey lied under oath. I'm not saying Comey is honest. I'm saying Comey honestly will be grilled, and if he comes up with very, very pertinent information, it'll be interesting. If Trump has got a good attorney, he'll try to discredit Comey. We'll see if that happens. But yeah, I'm having a little problem, giving people authority over websites. Frankly, I don't even care if the website even exists at this point. Yeah, I've lost interest in the website. We're bigger than the website now. The website was going to be a functional platform for people, and you'll find out that that's impossible. We were going to integrate Facebook. You'll find out that that is impossible. We have nothing but hate going on against us from all different sides, so we will be slammed by trolls. Any type of interactive comment area will be completely hosed, and we'll have to have moderators to clean it up every day. I know Comey's been sued, but Donald has been sued 150 times. He's actually had to testify in front of federal judges. Donald Trump has had 150 federal indictments. You didn't know that? And you're talking about Comey being sued? You hired a guy who had 150 indictments against him over the years as your president, and you want to discredit Comey with one lawsuit? That's pretty funny. Ronald Reagan blasts the left with a hilarious joke. Well, I would like to see a little bit of Ronald Reagan, just in memory of the Gipper. Comey told Sessions, "Don't." But I remember the story of a fella who. Well, do you know that that Comey's 6'8"? He's not exactly a small man. He's a big guy. 6'8". He towers over everybody.
Was running for office as a Republican. Remember the story of a fella who was running for office as a Republican, and he was in a rural area and it wasn't known to be Republican, and he stopped by a farm to do some campaigning, and when the farmer heard he was a Republican, his jaw dropped and he said, "Wait right here till I go get Ma. She's never seen a Republican before." So he got her, and the candidate looked around for a podium from which to give his speech, and the only thing he could find was a pile of that stuff that Bess Truman took 35 years trying to get Harry to call fertilizer. So he got up on the mound, and when they came back, he gave his speech. And at the end of it, the farmer said, "That's the first time I ever heard a Republican speech." And the candidate said, "That's the first time I've ever given a Republican speech from a Democratic platform."
That's why they called Ronald Reagan a centrist, because he brought people in from both sides. And when Nancy told him to get the jelly beans, he got them.
All right, so getting hosed daily by attackers now has been a standard routine. They found out that I've got tons of viewers worldwide, and this has been a huge success. So, well, I know that little Ronnie had some complaints about his dad, but he wrote a very respectful biography if you read it. Little Ronnie was pretty close to his dad, so I don't know, you know.
We always knew little Ronnie was homosexual. We just didn't talk about it.
Now, Jeff Sessions says he could resign. Yeah. Whatever. Well, you know, Jeff Sessions never appeared to me to be the kind of guy to run
I
that
have not
office.
had a discussion with him about that.
Last time you said that, there was a development.
I'm answering a question, which is I have not had that discussion with him.
So you can't say he has confidence in his attorney general?
I said I have not had a discussion with him on the question. If I haven't had a discussion with him about a subject, I tend not to speak about it.
Okay.
Hey guys, I'm Amna Nawaz live in New York. Continuing coverage here, a little bit of breaking.
Okay, sources tell ABC News the relationship between Obama and Sessions has become so tense that Sessions at one point recently even suggested he could resign. So yeah, I personally think Sessions should resign because he perjured himself on the Russian case. It's only going to be bad baggage for Donald if he wants to get away from this. Look, if I were him, I'd shed my entire cabinet. I'd fire them all. Yeah. Everybody, all of you have met with Russia ahead of I want you gone. And just rehire new people. Yeah. People that hadn't met with Russia to do side deals. That might be his only saving grace. Because apparently his entire cabinet met with the Russians and ahead of their postings as cabinet members. I'm going to make Henry Kissinger my Secretary of State. That is a very good idea, Mr. President. I have 3 times more intelligence than you do. So Henry Kissinger will become the new Secretary of State. Rex Tillerson will take the boot. Because Rex Tillerson is deep into the Russian thing. You know that. He's got a good... Hang on. He's got a good friend in Igor Senshi, the Russian oligarch involved in oil, second to Vladimir Putin. My name is... Come on, dude. You can do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the Sessions may be giving it up. We don't know. He may be exiting stage right. Exit stage right.
Or at least just recusing himself.
Wow, Sarah, you look beautiful tonight.
Thank you.
You look marvelous.
Thank you.
Yep.
I guess you...
Well, the college professor... Yeah, I forgot to... Hi, Sarah. Joseph is in there. The college professor who at Evergreen College is being harassed. Yeah. Whatever Charles Foster Kane said, yeah. Yes, well, I am a lucky guy, but, you know, we've been together for many, many years, almost 2 decades. Sarah and I have been together. I was just telling Misanthropy that not advisable. Yes, well, I am a lucky guy, but, you know, we've been together for many, many years, almost 2 decades. Rodney is not the guy you want to open up a private conversation with.
Right.
Yeah, if you're having IMs with Rodney Misanthropy, we won't be able to have you help us on our website. Yeah, you gotta understand, Rodney has been trolling us for 5 years now. I'm not kidding either. But thank you for offering. No, I do know the truth, and Rodney is not, no. You're not even allowed to be in here chatting. You've been a troll so long. I'm going to put you back in pasture for a while. Just unbelievable how he operates. He tries to work through the back angles of all of our supporters.
Right.
You know, he'll work his way through, he'll IM people, and yeah.
Because David, he doesn't want to censor the way I dress. He just wants me to dress better.
Yeah, it's for her own best interest, you know, to not have a T-shirt on. if I wanted to wear a T-shirt for the show, what would you think? You know, it's just a common.
For some, common guy just like hanging out, like what a loser.
Yeah, what a loser. He's just doing a show like every other loser.
He doesn't want me to be seen as a loser.
He doesn't take running for president seriously, that kind of thing. I got a lot of that one day when I wore a shirt that wasn't one of these shirts. I did. I used to get that.
So now, yeah.
I don't really. So anyway, muting you is exactly what I'm going to be doing throughout the next few minutes. You'll have to come up with your other accounts. Rod and Sarah Forever is going to be banned.
Thank you, Meta Nemesis. I appreciate that. I know. I feel comfy with all of you.
Well, yeah, we're among friends, except for the haters who want to attack the show when I put guests on.
Which is all of them.
They want to attack the show every night when I do guests on. We have a pretty cool place to watch our show and make music. I wanted to show this to you. It's called coolrock.com, and if you have a problem watching the show ever, try this site out. Right now I'm on Battlecam, and we've got all these cool tools, and you can see the chat over here.
David doesn't want you to touch his leg, Jojo, so no.
Yeah. And this is kind of a, it warms up, and then you can get in there and make music. This is like a drum machine.
Wow, hello, Winchell. The comic's in here. Okay.
And you can get rid of it if you don't want to hear it.
I know, that was like, and what can I do?
And this is like a sine wave thing. And then we've got a harp here. And then we've got a sequencer.
That's kind of cool.
If you don't like that, you can go check out the news. Or this thing's kind of new. This is new. You can actually look at Explore the U.S. This is awesome, too. So maybe you could do better than I'm doing, but this whole site is completely, you just X out anything you don't like, you can move the screens around, and if you want to refresh the whole page, it'll all come right back to fresh. It restarts. I just wanted you to know that you can watch our show over there too. And I'm going to pull that down. I'm done with that one.
Who are you to say what is good and what is bad and what is good?
And that's our Periscope show right now.
Or should I refresh it? It seems like it's kind of...
Connecting. There we are.
Okay, there we go.
And if you want to chat with us at Periscope, I'll give you the link. Oh, really? Your anti-software, your antivirus is a virus? Yeah, because the site was developed before antivirus protection. Yeah. Well, take a chance on the music and then, throw it out. Oh, come on, dude. Ah, pathetic. And that's a bannable account. We're going to ban that. All right. Thank you, Sarah. She's going to give you a little more trivia. I'll be back shortly. I'm going to have a little bite to eat. Thank you.
All right. How about that one, Rex? Yes, I really don't care point of view. You took a chance at band camp. Was that fun? Yeah, salty dog. Break time for David. You're doing images, post image Ping contains third party. Cool logo. It'll let me look at these. I don't know, Fairbite is an easy twist. Oh, that is pretty cool. I like it. Thank you very much, Ghost. Let me see, this one contains Ghost. Don't ghost me, Ghost. Ooh, yeah, that's cool. Nice job. I like your little logos. And then let me see, Mystify Me. I don't know all of the, like, what code are you writing in? I don't understand the dollar signs and all that. But I'm sure you'll teach me. Because I want to learn this summer. Ooh, the Mystify Me one is very cool. Did you see that Mystify Me? Oh, Codger. Oh, no. There you go. Click on that. Trust me, it's for me. I already examined it for you. And then he's playing around with different fonts, I guess. Well, that's good. I am so glad that the sound of my voice can put you to sleep. It's so fantastic. Ooh, I like the misanthropy one. I know, it is pretty cool. Maybe you should have that as your emote. What is it? Save that one, Mystify Me. It's cool. Thanks, Winchell. Stephen says, all right. Oh, you're going to do, like, replacing names with images in the chat room? That's pretty cool. I like that. 10 Xanax? That's not good. Is the dollar sign a string? Document bind. I'll have to figure it out. A fashion show to show you my shirt. It's a pretty cool shirt. David's sister gave it to me. Yeah, I guess you're gonna have to ask the person that has the Xanax. Alright, sorry Gothic Master. Alright, let's get excited. Let's play some trivia. Thank you, Gothic Master, for loving my red shirt. Alright, we are doing more idioms. What is cheek by jowl mean? The commuters were packed in the subway, cheek by jowl. I don't know. How does Sloopy dance? I don't know. Is it like this? It's just like that, right? It's like... I know you guys want me to because, anyway. Yeah, side by side in super close quarters, close contact, exactly. What does it mean to chill out? Hey, buddy, you should just chill out. I'd have to go like, I don't know, something. I can do the stanky leg. Do the stanky leg. Do the stanky leg. I can do the whip, whip, the nay-nay. But I just don't want you guys to make an emoji of me dancing, so that's why I don't do it. I know, they will. That's so true. You're chilling out, Patrick. You just relax, and it's all good. That's what it is. Don't get too excited. Take it easy. Take it easy. Alright. What is a chip off the old block? To be similar to one's father. Or parents in some way. Correct. An offspring, protege. Perfect. To be just like, Buckra says, Donald Trump Jr., a chip off the old block. Exactly. All right. What is a chip on one's shoulder? It's an attitude. Play having an attitude. Upset, conceited. I'd say more conceited. A belligerent attitude or grievance. Joe really has a chip on his shoulder. Every time I say something to him, he takes it the wrong way. In the past, a young boy would place a wood chip on his shoulder and dare anyone to knock it off as a way of showing how tough he was. Here's this wood chip. Try to knock it off. Show me how tough you are. I'm tough. You can't knock it off. Looking for a fight. Yeah, I'm glad David doesn't have a chip on his shoulder all the time. Taking umbrage. Yes. I think I said that wrong, but yes. What is chutzpah? There you go. Jewish mojo. Pep. Some Jewish thing? Having a pair? It is courage bordering on arrogance, roughly equivalent to nerve in slang. So it took a lot of chutzpah to make such a controversial statement. It took a lot of nerve to issue such a controversial statement. So nerve, chutzpah. All right, what is a clean bill of health? I've been sending you friend requests on my Facebook. Hello, Super News 22. I know David doesn't accept friends requests on his Facebook, but I do sometimes, and I don't know if I've checked my Facebook, Super News 22. Thank you. But do watch our Facebook, hello. Do watch our Facebook, facebook.com/USATP. Did you like that page already? What is Facebook? Oh, just some website you don't need to worry about. Clean bill of health, healthy, a lot of ovaries, healthy, not you. Healthy, clean bill of health, healthy. I haven't checked my Facebook in a little while, so sorry, Super News, but I'll check it. Is to be told by some authoritative source, generally a doctor, that one is perfectly healthy. You have MySpace? David has MySpace. I have MySpace too, but I haven't done any of those. Haven't you tried that before, Super News 22? How old are you? I know, you've been trying to make a Super News 22 show for many, many years. And I'm just not so sure. I thought we already did that.
Just ban him if he gives you a problem.
He's not giving me a problem, but... Oh. Interesting, Joker fan. No, you can ask questions on our show You can record my answer to the questions and you can play it on your show. But we're not going to schedule a interview to do on your show individually. But you can come in and ask questions and record those questions. Like record your screen. You're going to eat linguine tomorrow. I think David likes linguine. Motherless.com. What is it about, Jojo? Oh. Jojo, I think you've been drinking or something. Like I said, Super News, ask David if, like I said, you can ask David questions on this show. You can record the answers to those questions, and then you can play those as much as you want, the answers to those questions. You're 29, you'll be 30. So, like I said, did you understand all that? Just ask away. I know, so just ask away. Start asking and start recording. You can record this video right now. Start asking. Start asking. I don't trust your link, Jojo. All right, what is a clean slate? Yes, and I am serious. This is no joke. Start asking questions. Can I spell it out any more clearly? No, I can't. So there's your answer. A clean slate is a new start, to start anew. Correct. All right, sorry, Salty. Stop drinking and then you won't always be drunk. What does it mean to climb on the bandwagon? You don't think there's anything such a thing as a clean slate, a new start? All right, sounds good to me too. And that way, every time you have a question, you can come in here. You just think of a question, you come in here and ask it, and then we answer it, and then you have a news clip for the night. I know you're not here to start any problems, and I don't want to start any problems with you either. Exactly. All right, see, here's a question. Behavior asks, hi Sarah, why is California going to go off daylight savings time like Arizona and Hawaii? I would say that California may go off of daylight savings time like Arizona and Hawaii because the switch between daylight saving time and non-daylight saving time doesn't really affect California like it does where I live in the Pacific Northwest, because basically up here in the Pacific Northwest, the winter days are really short and the summer days are really long. And so the whole idea of daylight saving time is to maximize that sunlight time. And down in California, they don't really have that big change like happens up here. So the website is about a CNN honored hero who engineering a project about homeless. Look, and then if I look at it and it's really a bad site, then I'm going to just ban you. All right, Jojo, I'll look. Bad gateway. 502, bad gateway. All right, Super News, I'll give you a minute or 2 or 10 or an hour. All right, Super News 22, first question. What do you think about Trump? I am not a fan of Trump. I believe that Trump should not be tweeting. I think that Trump is not making good decisions for our country, and I think there's a lot of people that may regret voting for Trump. as behavior says. Trump is a chump. That could be the case, behavior. Hello, Rule 34, you. Yes. Well, I believe that what we're going to be seeing is possibly some impeachment processes. The impeachment process may start, and I think that I will say this: I'm glad that he hasn't issued executive privilege and tried to prevent Comey from testifying in the issue with him being involved with Russia, or in Comey's resignation or dismissal. They did impeach Clinton, and it didn't change anything because they didn't actually remove him from office. Patrick doesn't think he will be impeached. I think he might be impeached, but I don't. We'll see we'll see what happens. David is currently in the other room, but actually no, he's going to be entering here shortly. Super News 22.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching us on our Periscope show.
Wow. Super News found us. Cool.
Yes.
Thank you.
He's been sending you Facebook requests.
We have been delinquent in that department. It's true.
Probably true misanthropy, so nothing gets accomplished. Misanthropy thinks the impeachment thing sounds like a 4-year distraction.
It won't amount to an impeachment. Donald Trump is probably going to be diagnosed with Alzheimer's. That's what the word on the street is. Yeah. His bizarre rants and screaming at sessions and then strange tweets and covfefe statements make one wonder, is he really capable of handling the job? So there is a caveat to, the Congress impeaching him. There's a medical release that they can do. If he has a medical problem like Alzheimer's, they could have him just basically force a resignation. And unfortunately, that I wouldn't want to go in that direction, but he might even have something else. They say he may even have like syphilis or something. We don't know. I don't know. I'm not his doctor.
Okay. Super News asked to do an interview, and I told him to just ask questions on this show, take the video, and play it on his show.
Yeah, I can answer any question you want.
All right.
Thank
You
you,
asked
Sarah.
the question. I'm sorry, Periscope gets rid of questions, and I'm not always paying 100% attention. I think the question you asked is, what do you think of Trump? That's...
Me neither. No. Okay. I think Trump is... Thank you, Sarah. Good night.
Good night.
Awesome. Sarah, for the final round of backups. Awesome. You did a great job of giving me a break. Thank you. I fed the kitty. She's dining on her beef.
I think I might have some cereal.
Absolutely. And there's some almonds in there and walnuts with your cereal. And there's raisins if you really want to go all out and build that ultimate bran flake experience. Okay, Mueller is putting a legal team together to probe the Russian involvement. That's a good start. But again, I haven't seen any subpoenas for Donald Trump's tax record, so I'm a little bit hesitant to believe this guy's anything other than some shill they put in there. I don't know who he is. I can't really judge him, but I can tell you, either shit or get off the pot, buddy. We got very little time here to get this thing accomplished, and you're virtually taking too long, just getting started. That's what I'm saying. We need to get the subpoena for the tax records first and foremost. Without that, this whole thing is a joke. So I was listening to this song by the Beatles, and I just want to hear it for a second. I'm going to bring this in tonight. Oh, that's pretty funny. I pull up a video This video previously contained a copyrighted audio track. Due to a claim by copyright holder, the audio track has been muted. So it's like, yeah, I want to hear this song, but that's the audio track. Okay, well, I guess I'll play that later. It's the song, You Know How Much I Love You. You know how long I've loved you. Yeah, it's a great song. I'll play it later. Okay, I can't believe Trump is president too. Aren't you freaking out? And who is this Mueller and why is he so important? Robert Mueller and his new staff have spent their first weeks holding briefings on everything that's been done over the last year. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, we got an important call from somebody. Hello? You know how much. Hey, Jason, what's up? You've been compromised, Jason. Somebody's got your phone. Special counsel Robert Mueller is assembling a prosecution team with decades of experience going after anything from Watergate to the Mafia to Enron as he digs in for a lengthy probe into possible collusion between Russia and President Trump's campaign. I sure hope he looks into Jared Kushner's attempt to use Anbang, the Chinese insurance group, as an intermediate partner in a Russian scam to buy the Kushner building at 666 Fifth Avenue. It's a big pet project of Jared Kushner's, who's basically been running the country as a special advisor to the president from the beginning. That's where we're at. His first appointments tapping longtime law firm James Carles and Andrew Weissman, and head of the Justice Department's criminal fraud unit, were the opening moves in a politically red-hot criminal case that's upending the opening months of the Trump White House. Mueller is expected to take an expansive view of his role. He inherited a spate of existing federal probes covering figures including the president's son-in-law and senior White House advisor Jared Kushner, and former campaign hands Paul Manafort, Michael Flynn, and Carter Page. Carter Page is the one that I think very likely is the first order of business, because he's the guy that we have suspicions met with the Russian intelligence, strong evidence. We don't get IM psychobehavior. Yeah, our IMs went down when we found out that Vaughn had all these problems running our processor. So unless you want to send me IMs, you actually have to get into the chat and send me an IM there. You know, tell me I'm sending you IMs. So if I open up the chat right now and she happens to be here, she could send me an IM. I'm not really familiar with what's happening at Evergreen College, Ryan. I know that there was a spat between a Bernie supporter and a overly zealous professor who took a stand on something. Yeah. What happened? Did anyone get hurt? Chaos at college in Washington State has left us roam campus with bats and assault weapons. Oh, okay. Well, this looks like a nice crowd. Look at these guys. It's very dark. Here they are. And these people are ready to go. They got bats, and Evergreen State College in Olympia, Washington has faced closures, protests, and even vigilante justice in recent days in the wake of student demonstrators forcing a professor off campus due to his dissenting views on a race-based event at the school. Professor Brett Weinstein had voiced his objection to the planned day of absence that would ask whites to leave the school for a day. He has every right to question this. As a result, the student protesters branded the liberal academic as a racist. Oh my God! And demanded his firing. Weinstein had to hold his class in a nearby park. The undergraduate activists held regular protests decrying racism at the institution. Oh yeah, okay. All right. Plan B. Washington State National Guard. Yeah, it's time. If I were president, I'd bring in the National Guard. Yep. I wouldn't even wait for campus police to settle this. One side of the National Guard, and these people would go back to their dorms and smoke a joint and say, I guess we're kind of out of line. Yeah. This is a time for leadership. This is a time to step it up. All right, so Let's take a look at the guest chat. You know I love you. Okay. We'll see how this goes. Evergreen State has lost its mind. Really? Okay. And you're having a problem with that? You don't like the idea of the National Guard? What's wrong with my idea? No, he only had one little fire. He was like a guy with premature ejaculation. Yeah, he can only set them up 10 at a time. He's limited the scope of his ability. We are figuring out the dynamic of his attack, and we are responding in due time. It's all because we do what we do, because we can't stop what we do. Aaron Burnett, Comey testified, never told Trump he was not under investigation. Yeah, he didn't. He's not allowed to. Comey said from the start he can't tell the president one way or another whether he is or isn't. Trump kept pushing the limit between the barrier between our Justice Department and his insanity. We are people attacking me from left and right, Time Pilot. Ever since I became a household word in 160 countries, it's been this way. And yet I don't even have any airtime in my own show, in my own country. Evergreen Air was on the local news, really? Well, they're the ones with the pesticides, or rather the chemtrails. Thank you. No, not at all. It's just a random game of dealing with attacks. You gotta understand, I will play if can't, as soon as I want to. Well, Codger, I'm trying to tell you, you have to cut back on your masturbation if you really want to achieve a credible orgasm that'll bring your creative juices into focus. Your essential creative juices, your essentially bodily fluids, Codger. Yes, you've got to protect your precious bodily fluids. And what you're doing is you're exacting the opposite. You're wasting your valuable time. Have you ever been in a POW camp? Have you ever seen the movie Dr. Strangelove? Yes, your precious bodily fluids and your creative juices are merged into tantric love with the dream woman of your life. Are you fantasizing about anyone in particular? Mr. Anderson is wasting his time trolling you. I'm not. No, I'm telling the truth. I'm the guy leading what you claim is the deep state. I'm the guy leading the message. The deep state's following me. Whatever I say seems to be moving the massive intelligence, whatever's left of it in America, forward. I'm at the peak. I'm at the pinpoint. I'm clearing the way. Jeff Sessions is going to be probably resigning. We'll get somebody a little bit more passive when it comes to marijuana legalization, and then we'll all be cool. Meanwhile, Donald is going to have to back off a little bit on immigration bans. We know that's not going to work. And he should focus on the real issue, which is the encampments of obvious jihadists around our country. They say there's 24 of these things that could be potential danger spots for our nation. I take it seriously. Donald is sidelining that issue, and that's something that's far more important than bothering people with green cards coming to this country and tying up our entire immigration litigation service. We're looking at 5 years down the road. That's how long it takes to be dealing with litigation in immigration cases now. Can you imagine? Well, the trollathon is going to get worse because our numbers are just skyrocketing, and the elitists don't know what to do to stop me. I'm sure they're considering every option at this point. Pot enlightens the mind to the truth of our captors, Stephen Brett. It will never be legally, federally in our life. I disagree, Stephen. I'm the one who's going to make it happen. I have one dedicated goal. The first thing I'll do when I become president is legalize marijuana. It's super important because our economy depends on it. The very viability of our nation depends on it. Your happiness depends on it. Or you'll have the cybernetic world take over. And they'll come to your front door and they'll say, I'm a cybernetic organism. My badge number is 666. I am here to check for marijuana residual on your ashtrays. You are hereby ordered by the state to reveal your ashtrays. No, weed is helping so many people, I can't tell you. Michael J. Fox, you go to his website, I'll bet the guy's sitting there going, hey, I'm really kind of calm now. Believe it or not, people with Parkinson's are definitely getting benefits. I have only to show you an amazing video if you haven't seen it already. And if you haven't seen the benefits of cannabinoids, this is perhaps the best thing going. And I play this one a lot because this is real. This is not fake.
Hi Larry, how are you? Come in, come in. Good to see you. How you feeling? It's been a bit of a rough week. Really?
Kind of been a rough week, he said.
And the best way to take it is put it under your tongue and rub it in your cheek. Don't do too much, you're going to be asleep all afternoon. You know what you should do? No. Don't try to communicate, just relax. See what happens.
We know from animal experiments that the endogenous cannabinoid system is very important in regulating motor activity, that very type of activity that is impaired in Parkinson's disease. From animal experiments, we also know that boosting certain branches of the endocannabinoid system is helpful in relieving symptoms of Parkinson's. Finally, from anecdotal information, we know that certain patients who smoke marijuana experience relief of their symptoms.
I think you're calmed down.
So quickly.
Isn't that amazing?
He used just a single drop, and his hands afterwards were rock steady, and the dyskinesia left.
It was going bad.
It works most of the time.
In fact, it's... Did you guys eat lunch?
Are you hungry now?
Hungry. But I am.
Talk about a miraculous recovery.
Could really use marijuana. It makes me pretty angry that I can't get out of my home state.
The number one frustration that I have is knowing that there is this untapped potential that comes from what marijuana is teaching us to generate new medicines, and being stuck because of financial issues or political issues.
Yeah, exactly. Political issues. Hey, I've never used Amtrak from South Carolina to Boston. Yeah. I understand a couple of the Amtrak rails are still going to be flying. I think they even offered free champagne on some of the runs. I think we're kind of kicking a dead horse there, but Amtrak is losing money. I heard that they're going to phase it out completely. Okay, guest Ryan. Your Canadian government just passed a bill that protects immigrants that fight for ISIS or commit terrorist acts from losing citizenship. Well, this is why we may have to beef up the border with Canada, Ryan. Yeah. Yeah, your brother lives in Boston? Yeah. Well, what's he doing? Oh, yeah, you're a successful brother. I parked the car in Boston. Amtrak was cool the first time I rode it, then it sucked every time after. Really? Well, I don't know. I did a train trip up the coast of California, Oregon, Washington when I was 1969, and it was a great trip. I had a great time, met people, and that's what I'd like to bring back to the travel. I'd like to bring a slower pace and a quiet ride too. And I think the best way to do this hang on. Is to get into my blimp plane. And my blimp plane is going to go from LA to New York in 10 hours, flying about 300 miles per hour. And these 747s will be retrofitted with a dirigible that'll be completely capable of getting it off the ground and fly. Because that's 85% of the fuel cost, just getting it up off the ground. And the ability of this unit to actually be a successful tour vehicle is huge. Plus, let's not forget, I will install parachutes. that will come off the wings and the nose cone and the tail end. And we can even turn this entire net of the dirigible itself into a parachute. This is an idea one of our people who came in, a viewer, said this would be a great idea. So the whole concept is to make it completely safe, guaranteed never to crash. There will never be a Hindenburg-like accident, never. And we will not use helium, or actually hydrogen. Hindenburg used hydrogen, to the best of my knowledge. We went to helium because the Hindenburg used hydrogen. No, it's a good idea. Whose time is coming, because we've got an infrastructure of huge amount of 747s. You know what that 747 cost? $362 million. I know personally because that's my 747. Yeah. And that's the one I'm building in my mind. It holds a lot of hot air. It'll be $100 to go from LA to Newark. Yeah. And you'll meet a lot of people. There'll be a vape lounge in the cone, in the nose cone area, right in here, with a window to look out, viewing window. The pilot will be virtually up here. It'll be like a two-seater. Yeah, and then you'll go down to the vape lounge and just sit there and go, oh, totally. And then all the vapor will completely go into the back and everyone will get high. Now, we better not put the vape lounge at the nose cone. Let's put the vape lounge in the viewing area back here, in the cargo area. Where do you think we should have the vape lounge, okay? Because that's the important thing. Yeah, well, if you want to get high, and we're going to filter the air so that normally people won't get high on the trip. The site has you so frustrated you're done? Are you talking about the, oh yeah, when you try to get on Amtrak and figure out where you're at, good luck. Now, this is why our country is not working. The bureaucracy, we can't even make websites. You know what the website for Obamacare cost? $2 billion. Can you imagine? $2 billion for a website. It'll hold about 200 passengers, Ryan. Yep. And definitely a stripper pole could be in the center of the vape lounge. And we hope to have sleepers on board. That'll be $300 one way. But your $100 will get you a folding chair, the kind they put on ferries and Amtrak. Amtrak has some nice reclining chairs, if you've seen them. Nobody's stripping. In your mind, everybody's stripping, but nobody's stripping on board. There won't be any nudity allowed. We won't have a strip bar in that respect. Sarah said no clam linguine, but it's going to have shrimp in it. Why would she not want shrimp clam linguine? It's incredible. The white sauce, Alfredo. Incredible. Well, whatever. I mean, I'll talk to her about it. I can just do shrimp linguine. That sounds much more appealing to some people. It has a broader appeal. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, that's the blimp plane idea, and be something that will survive the test of time. We can run these things for years to come. They should get 50 more years out of their use. Your Sloopy fix will have to wait. It's got another hour and 10 minutes before I'll even begin to play Sloopy. I don't want to have a monetization call. No, nothing in my collection is expired. It's usually dollar store or shrimp is from a frozen package, $6.99 for a pound of Argentina shrimp. Harvested from the fresh, unradiated water of Argentina. That's what I'm featuring in my shrimp linguine. Yeah, I can't help you. Yeah, $6.99 a pound is what I shoot for. You think I'm kidding? I'm a super shopper. I teach people super shopping. It's fun to do. And then buy a few when you get there. I made my mistake. I didn't buy a bunch of them. I should have. Yeah, they're gone now. Okay. Pasta clams. Yeah, I could, but that would be involving no linguine, and I've been requested to buy linguine and make linguine. I'm making non-GMO linguine. It's $30 a pound for shrimp in LA. Well, that's a good reason to come up to Washington. Just buy it at some bulk warehouse. Give it a shot. Yeah, well, I try to get, healthy shrimp, but nothing added. But seriously, most shrimp is coming out of an Indonesian sweat camp where people are working 18-hour days with their hands stripped to the bone, just harvesting these things so that Americans can go, oh, only $6.99 a pound. That's a good deal. You don't realize the world of hypocrisy we're living in? It doesn't even enter your mind. Okay, whatever. It's cool, man. Yeah, they're getting paid $1 for 18-hour shrimp jobs. That's what I'm talking about, JoJo. We had slow Getty with meatballs tonight. Nice. Well, speed Getty is a lot faster. But good. I'm glad you did slow Getty because that is the best way to cook spaghetti. You're glad those people died for your shrimp? That's so sick, man. Well, they're trying to they're making money, you know. They're in it for their own benefit. People are not just doing this for their health. They're doing it for their own enlightenment. Without money, they can't buy their kava kava or whatever they're eating. Yeah, people all around the world are watching us right now. I'm an American representative in a way. I didn't realize I was such an emissary of humanity, but I am. I kind of knew that I was born in to do this, but I didn't realize it was this much. I'm immersed in humanity. Millions of viewers, I know, Frups. It's crazy. Crazy wild. And then the viewership is then, now I've got a huge number of people talking and chatting. We've got a good clip in the regular chat room. I open guest chat, it's a nightmare. It's like opening up a garbage can. And I want people who are guests to come in here, but they're afraid to just create accounts, apparently. UHF is bumping our signal around the globe. Back in the day, UHF used to be a good source of good television. When in the 1970s and 80s, I used to watch UHF TV all the time. I used to watch a guy named Seymour. Well, that was a good one. Not Seymour Butts, no. Late night show host, mystery theater. Let's see if I can pull this up. No. Well, not to be tangential here on Tangential Tuesday. I'm going to break off from that. So chaos at the college campus, I say, get resolved through just a show of force. Yeah, National Guardsmen coming in. Or would that get violent? Would these kind of people put out a protest would they cut back on eating? Would the lady on the right, who obviously is a little bit overweight, would she be inclined to do a fast, and a dangerous fast? And what would would the show of force really be the way out? Because what they're asking is for white people to step out of the school for a day. And I do not blame the professor one bit for standing his ground at all. Can you imagine having white people stand out for a day? I mean, this is the reverse of everything that they tried to do voluntarily. And all the professor was saying is back in the day, at one point, black people would step out voluntarily, but you're asking us white people to force us to leave the campus for a day. I mean, it's absurd. So I don't know how this group of young people who are obviously snowflakes are ever going to adapt to life unless they see something of structure. And, you can't do that in life. You walk up to a cop and tell them that, you're a fluff and you want it your way. It's not going to happen. These police officers start patrolling 4 Italian cities. Really? Okay. Why and who cares? Chinese police? That's interesting. I'm sorry that webpage is unavailable. So you've got your own name. You've created your own. Look what misanthropy has created. He's so into his personal view of humanity that he's created his own look. Interesting. Yeah, people that don't like humanity, I guess. Your parents met at Fort Jackson during World War II? No kidding. My parents met at Camp Lejeune, Marine Corps. Yeah, all the way to Semper Fi. I heard, Codger, they're requiring permits in some states for people to mow lawns. I couldn't believe that. That's ridiculous. That should not be allowed. We should pass an executive order that all local regulations for small business license should be waived. I thought Donald Trump was going to do that. Remember he was going to lower restrictions on small businesses? I would step in and do something at a federal level. Well, this is our parents met time. We get to talk about who met who. Cool. Your mom was at Hopping Curb. Your mother's met at a drive-in. Okay, well, that's good. Well, let's move on to the next subject because I'm about ready to unleash the darkness of guest chat, the hell of guest chat. It's a story. Small world, yeah. You guys are getting along, though. I can see how there's some relationships forming here. Meaningful ones, too. I know. Yeah, some of you are really kind of connecting. You know what I really miss about the old AOL days is people really did talk. They chatted all the time, and it was fun. People had a good time discussing things. I know, but the thing is, you don't have this venue when you go into forums at Politico and Huffington because it's also static. That's why these people want to get rid of me, because I open up chat, and I'm good at it. I'm the best. Yes. I bring chat to you because you guys want to come here. You're bringing it to me. The show's not over, no. I'm just allowing a certain layer to come through and process. Well, I'm doing it till 10, dude. Yeah, I got to spend some quality time with Sarah, too. It's important. You need to reward yourself with, yes, buy yourself some jicama. And eat a big jicama. It has 2 calories. God. Hold on. "59 hypersexual living in Nevada." Yeah, remember the days of AOL? I was telling people earlier that a lot of guys were pretending to be male lesbians. I mean, female lesbians. Yeah. Because no one would talk to, 35-year-old men at the time, let alone 59-year-old men. You're very welcome. I think we've kind of gotten to a new point in our show where we actually don't need guest chat on. I know, we got so many hot chatters that are, discussing things. It's kind of fun. And I think we've covered all the subjects we had to cover. Periscope is over here, I think. Okay. Nope, I don't see where it is. Oh, there it is. Paul says, yeah, okay, here we go. Facebook. Hi, Sarah. Joseph D. Filipino says that. She looks fine, Dave. Okay, that was the last we heard from Facebook. All right. You have an alarming video, Charles? What is it about? Oh, you okay? Can you get? No, you can't transfer anywhere with from one state to another with marijuana. That's illegal. You're not allowed to go to Colorado and buy it and take it home. That's a no-no. Yeah, you can't do that anywhere. Some people are a little bit bummed. Yeah.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, exactly. I have. We all have. Yeah, weather's okay where you are, huh? Outland Game is free on Steam until Thursday. No kidding. Good to know, man. Normally 15 bucks. Folks, if you're tracking Steam, you know that the free games are not that good. This is something I'd be interested in because I've got a new actual controller that works on PC that I'd love to play it on my gaming laptop. So that's cool. Good to know. Outland. No kidding. It's a cool game. Look at the reviews. I will. Thank you. No, you're not allowed in here, dude. Human resource machine. Okay. You know how much I love you. God, I can't get that song out of my head. I'm yearning to hear it. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, the booty song in the background. She wants some background. It's like beat. Okay, we can do a little backbeat. Yeah. Uh-huh. We would love to talk about the New World Order tonight, if you don't mind. The dark people of their plan to destroy the Earth. Let's not forget their evil plan, okay? Well, that's right. I can't get it on that network. I think I got some backbeat music here. Box Tech, yeah. Oh, and it has to repeat, so I have to set that up. Yeah, it's a little bit repetitive, though, I gotta admit. Okay, here we go. The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Right on, man. Yeah, that's the problem we got to deal with. These people want to control the world, and we found out recently, yesterday, we established that they want to drink blood of children to stay young. You heard me. They want to drink the blood of children. Doesn't that sound like vampires? Isn't that weird how this vampire thing is merging? And then you see how they've constructed this movie like Twilight. It's all about it's forming a fantasy about drinking blood. And young people watch this stuff, and the millennials are going, "Ew, yeah, you totally. The Illuminati, they should be drinking our blood." It's like, this is how messed up it is. Like, I thought that vampires were a horror movie. I'm beginning to believe that Halloween is a day of the like prophesizing the future. This is what the world is turning into. I know. Can you believe it? And that's why this Pizzagate story is important, and we have to keep looking into who killed Seth Rich. If we don't, if we let that keep that rock unturned over and don't look into it and get our government to investigate this, which they're not doing, we're going to be in deep trouble because these people have one goal, and that's to snatch children out of homes and get away with it. Isn't that the sickest thing ever? And our government's not doing enough to stop these people because every year 50,000 kids are stolen from their homes. You look at the statistics, it's crazy. Yes. You look at the statistics, it's crazy. Yes. No, you know, Charles, where are the 400 jihadis still in London? And this mayor of Sadiq Khan of London itself has this idea that Donald Trump misinterpreted him when he simply said, don't be alarmed at the number of police officers to prepare for any terrorist attack. Trump said that, oh, he meant don't be alarmed about terrorism. And well, don't you think we should be alarmed about terrorism? And Donald Trump went on a rant about this. He didn't even understand what Sadiq Khan said. I'm sorry, the media cannot be played. Yeah, I can't play the media. Where are the 400 jihadists still in London? Piers Morgan. Okay. And the answer is in a full interview that cannot be played. So I don't know. Maybe somebody yanked the video. Yeah. They don't want anyone to know. Yeah, the mayor is right. Trump is picking a fight with him for no reason. Hostile attacks on Muslim verbal attacks. It's like he's purposely trying to create division. And that would be the purpose of a puppet of the New World Order. So in a way, Donald Trump really is the perfect puppet of the New World Order right now. And I know one of you said that earlier in the chat room. I agree. A lot of people are Islamophobic. It's like they're breeding this contempt with all these false flags. So we have a job to expose the false flags while they're breeding contempt to Muslims, against Muslims. Muslims are entitled to live in America. It's freedom of religion in this country. Yet Donald Trump doesn't see it that way. And it's not like the Supreme Court's going to even pass his immigration ban. It's never going to happen. It's absurd that they even think it's going to be looked at. It clearly breaches the First Amendment. God. So here our country was predicated on freedom of religion, and now our forefathers will be rolling over in the grave right now thinking, wow, this place is turning into a loony bin of communist, Marxist, fascist agendas left and right. You just saw a spaceship, really? That's pretty cool. Are you sure you're not hallucinating? Well, that's the problem. They opened up Pandora's box. When the NSA released those Vault 7 leaks, what's really interesting is the NSA is not doing any aggressive work to stop the leak within their own agency about the Vault 7 leak. Nothing. I've heard nothing about it, which means that they probably just leaked it all just to remove blame from any event that ever happened. Oh, it wasn't the NSA that hacked it. It was somebody who grabbed the free stuff on the Vault 7 leaks at WikiLeaks, and they were the hackers. Doing a show for 5 straight hours is not easy, so I do a little spray on my face. Hey, it's 9/11. You want to talk about the World Trade Center attack and how we are never going to get to the bottom of it unless we recognize that there was a cover-up? Yeah. I really believe the 9/11 attack has all kinds of earmarks of a cover-up at the very least. Yeah, Greyhound, you go free Wi-Fi and watch Netflix across country. That'd be great. Yeah, that would be a perfect experience as you get older. You know, Greyhound therapy. We should have a robust group of Greyhounds that could take people around the world, around the country. Yeah, I'm thinking we could actually have more ecotourism. Our country has a tremendous amount of potential earned income from ecotourism. We could grow leaps and bounds. Think of all the visits to, you know, across the country if we had a form of transportation that would make sense. Even more Greyhounds, as long as they're fun. Yeah, because we have an aging population. We are looking at people retiring early. So we have to start thinking in terms of not about the padding the pocket of the Wall Street executives, but rather producing a system that gives us the basics. And that's what Sarah and I put together when we wrote our book, Hybrid Capitalism. We actually believe that the government can get a return on investment. Now, I know this looks like it's a magic book because you can see through it, but as you can see, it blocks my hand. Hybrid capitalism. Gadgets, we talked about this, remember? You're working through your problem. Look at that book. Would you to look at that? Here's ones for you. Very true. Nice. Okay, we've got a request for Billy Talent, Viking Death March from Mystify Me, and Dum Dum Girls, and from Monster Charles Foster Kane. Apparently he's passing the torch of requests here. No, I don't need a Pulitzer. I've already got my Peabody. Thank you. Yeah, Buck Ra's a lady. Newsflash, we've got a story here we have to tell. It's a story of a guy named David who began starting a political movement called America's Third Party to challenge the New World Order. I think we're going to play Can't Stop, weren't you? For some reason that came up as a dead link. I don't know why. It's a download, isn't it? This PC. It's in downloads. Can't stop. And I won't stop.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Sponheim for president. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election, please vote for David Sponheim.
Okay, truly we are being inundated with chemicals in the air. These things are happening in my area like crazy, truly. I'm convinced that there's something that we can do about it. I've actually created a website called chemtrailparty.com to start creating awareness for this. I am doing everything I can to make people realize that they are literally dumping chemicals in the air and treating us like insects. And I'm not going to sit back and just do it without, breathe the air without fighting what's going on. Now, if they told us what's in the chemtrails, if they had full disclosure and we all talked about the efficacy of it and the scientific backing behind what they're doing, yeah, chemtrails can make you go bald. Yep. That add strontium in your hair that can affect your roots. Sure, yeah. Absolutely. Tobia, you're not allowed to come in here and promote yourself. Sorry, man. I'm going to purge you, but that's your last warning. Your first and last warning. So yeah, this is really happening. And this is not some made-up footage. This is not Photoshop. This is time-lapse photography. And this is what happened to right above my house over the past 3 or 4 days. And now it's starting to get kind of hazy. It's kind of a fake haze, kind of like smoggy haze. And it brings in moisture. And Washington is acting like a sponge, pulling the moisture from Southern California because we're at the top of the mark, British Columbia and Washington. And down in California, they're spraying aerosols, which really deplete the ozone and push everything away, so that none of the moisture gets any lift, so it can't create rain. So they think they can play God, and nobody's questioning them in our government. The two-party system has done nothing. They haven't investigated 9/11 either. They haven't done anything. I mean, it's like we have a government run by nincompoops who just sit around and make up jokes and ways to make money off of you. So we all kind of know we're being led by the blind leading the deaf, leading the dumb. Because obviously we were dumb to pick Trump. I got to tell you, I personally never trusted the guy. So I'm not that dumb. But there's a lot of things that are just not happening with this guy. He's not really doing anything proactive to clean the environment. If I were not going to sign the Paris Treaty, I would be following with a press conference talking about why. Because none of the ideas that are in the Paris Treaty can gain any traction. I mean, they don't even mention the word chemtrails. They talk about atmospheric testing, but they have no teeth as to how they're going to stop it. And cap and trade has already proven to fail. So we have to look at this scientifically. There's no reason why the UN would be involved in our country anyway. Setting up protocols for a better, cleaner environment, I'm all for that. But signing a treaty that forces anybody to do anything is ridiculous. So I'm glad Donald Trump did not sign the Paris Treaty. But I would have explained all the things we're going to do to clean the air, including air filtration. Now, nobody in the Democrats or the Republicans want to talk about air filtration. And there's scientific evidence that we can actually trap air particles in certain ranges, mountain ranges, strategically located, like the Tehachapi Range in California. There's a vortex of wind that goes right through an area with 110 mile per hour wind that we could easily trap air and filter it. So we could easily lead by innovation doing that in the world, and the world will thank us for it because we're cleaning the overall air quality. It's not about making money on carbon point legislation, it's about fixing the problem, and all of the trapped particulates actually will turn into carbon packs that can be burned. So ultimately we want to create carbon packs that we can actually reburn and make more energy out of. So it's a recycled energy thing. But this thing, they're just dumping all the industrial waste in the atmosphere. I'm positive of it. And it's very disturbing. And I have to keep reiterating the importance of raising this issue. Even if people call you a whack job, tell them, look up in the air. You see this stuff, these are not condensation patterns. They are chemicals. All right. Thank you. Cammy's in the air. Do. So back to the New World Order. Yeah, the suit looks good. Yeah, it cost me $5 at the thrift store, and I'm very proud of that fact. Buck Ross says Trump doesn't want travel to the U.S. Yeah, apparently he doesn't care about anybody coming into the country to spend money. Our economy relies on it in Washington. If people didn't come into our country and spend money, we wouldn't even have an economy practically. I mean, it's ridiculous. There are people from Asia coming here all the time spending money at casinos. It's amazing how the casinos are so popular up here. So they're making a lot of money for the Native American tribes, and obviously the mob makes a lot of money on the machines. So they've got a leasing plan with the Native Americans, so the mob makes some cash. Yeah. So a lot of the mob money is coming into the country. It's really good, you know. No, but the Native Americans are really doing a lot with that. They're doing a good job in our area. In some areas they may not be, but yeah, casinos are very popular. I see the limits are not set now, so anybody can hit a button, even a $20 button now. They've got these $20 buttons, and I don't know about that, but a National Gaming Commission, I mentioned earlier in the show, would be ideal to deal with fraud issues as well as rigged machines. Right now, every single state patrols their own state gaming commissions. But if we had a national one that had no connection to the state gaming commissions, we could actually go in and fix these machines that are rigged. You know they're rigged, right? Some of you have worked in the industry. Yeah, they shouldn't be rigged like that. Amazon's launching a low-cost version of Prime for customers on government assistance. Okay. I guess that's good, but the casinos are making money. They're not in business to lose. The problem is, how is it affecting our economy? How many people, mom or dad, come home broke because they spent their paycheck at the casino? Well, I'm talking about reservation casinos. There are not a lot of other ones except for Vegas and Atlantic City. I mean, there's only a couple places where there's not reservation casinos. So what I want to do is a National Gaming Commission that would actually, so this is a cheaper way of using Prime. Okay. Does that include the free Amazon Prime viewing ship? That might be kind of cool, along with free shipping for $100 a year. I wonder what the cost is going to be. We shall see. But the National Gaming Commission would also pull a certain surcharge off of the overall gross profits of the casinos. A small amount that we would dole back to the Native Americans of all tribes as a goodwill gesture. I just think we're facing a lot of welfare costs, food stamp costs, and people aren't getting better in these places. Like $1,500 a year to live on, an annual income in South Dakota. I mean, come on. $400 a month is a good thing. That'll help people, but they need a little bit extra when they're out there with nothing. All right, so apparently you don't care about Native Americans. That's cool, I guess. You're entering another dimension. Yeah, so we're going to enter another dimension now. Where are we going in terms of cybernetics, and how does it affect us? Well, cybernetics really has no stop points at this point. We don't have any real marks to prevent it from getting worse and worse. So without any political voice, we're really kind of sitting there with no way of stopping what elitists believe they can do. Convert police forces into robo-cops, and robotic cops are coming. So we know that that's true. There's not a lot we can do right now unless we form a political movement to challenge that. Okay, Dum Dum Girl's coming up at the top of the hour along with Billy Talent. And my favorite, which is a song, You Know How Much I Love You. Let me see if I can cue it up. No, I don't think it's even available. Yeah. Got some other people that are doing it, like the Philharmonic group. I'm sure she wants to go get a donut and a cup of coffee right after that. Boy, I would love to, yeah. But that song just, they're not really doing it justice. Yeah, we get a little sloppy too. Sloopy, sloopy, sloppy. Sloppy, sloopy. It's Sloopy Sloppy in her dog spot. If you want to go see Cal, go see Cal. If you want to have a good time, go see Cal. Da 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 da. Oh, hang on, we got it coming. Here we go. Last night I shut this whole thing down, and I had activated chatters only, and I faked the guy out, so he'll probably be back tonight to try to harass us. He only has the ability to do this for a certain amount of time, and then he has to reset. So we let him spin out of a control for a while, and then we kind of closed down on his restart. Because every day he just gets more and more daisy chain computers to do this. He's a real winner, that guy. Yeah, his mother doesn't know what to do with him. Yeah, she doesn't know whether, if he's, going to have a sex change operation or what. But I profiled him as a tranny who is extremely angry at the world. Now, I'm not a criminologist, but I can tell you, when you want to chop your genitals off, it's not a good thing. You end up having a serious self-injurious complex, and your mother knows about this. So you better seek help. Yep. Don't want to hurt yourself. You'd be self-injurious. They could be the Russians too. I don't think Sarah is. No, Sarah's a beautiful woman, man. Even Rodney likes her. He says so all the time. This could be the guy that we just dumped off of Discord, who we believe is a Russian spy. He is the only other guy who's had a trigger point in the past few days. We know that this person escalated, though. He reached a point where he can't handle it, and we believe his name. We've already recorded some chat from him, which I'm going to use it as ancillary evidence. He did tell us how pissed off he is. He speaks through various other usernames, and I happen to know who they are. And he's been in here for about, I would say, close to 5 years, stalking us. So we can invoke the stalking law. You know I do. You ever forget you're in their father's house and go to turn around and sign some bills into law? No, I don't live in a delusional world, man. I know I'm not president. Don't worry. I'm not like Trump, who doesn't know he's president. Yeah, I think he lost track of that. Can't stop and we won't stop. I played it earlier. I will never stop guest chat. I want to continue this. This is more fun than anything. This is like playing one of those games back in the 80s. The not Pong, but the other game. What is the Centipede? This is like playing Centipede. I was good at Centipede. All right, so we have a couple of other issues to bring up tonight in our issue board. Outland is definitely something I will be looking into tonight. The president takes on tax day. Oh, this is Comedy Central. Yeah, Rodney sent this in. I'll take a look at that a little bit later. Famous MMA fighter. This is the guy who does Bas Rutan. His name reveals how CBD oil is helping him. Yeah, dangerous Chinese chicken at your local drugstore or grocery store. It will be the drugstore, actually. You know how much I love you. I did play that game. The plastic alligators coming out of the hole, and you have to bop them in the head. Oh, yeah. I used to play Mortal Kombat at arcades when I was, when we first had this transition to the New Age, or whatever the hell it is. The New Age. I'm not a New Age person. By the way, I'm leading the deep state on the agenda of revealing Donald Trump's Russian connection. I'm not in any way following the deep state. They're not running my show. I don't get any funding. I'm proud to say that I respect Washington Post and BuzzFeed. And if you don't like that, then you've fallen into the vortex of the alt-right who thinks that everything is fake news. Even stories about Seth Rich, which they want to suppress for no reason. You got to wonder why this is going on, why Seth Rich's story has been muted. And now these people are afraid because this message continues to burn. And right now, here's one guy, George Webb, who's been exposing it.
The recent thing with the files and whether they're real or not real or old or not old or all that, I'm going to let other people worry about. But one of the great things about crowdsourced research, even though the files may be old, they're new to some people. And they've looked at these files and they've looked at the significant things of these files. And one of the files, as I mentioned earlier today, was this Bellwether file, this Van Bellwether. And what's interesting about it, if you don't know the story from NPR, they said there's these 6 counties that always predict who has won. I think they've won 32 out of the last 30 out of the last 32 elections. And Jason, behind me, is sneaking around. He's going to have a great interview of one of those crowdsourced journalists that's really going to go into it. And you're going to see exactly why that one file, when it came out, and it was new to him today, became the impetus for this lawsuit about exit polling, about releasing exit polls earlier, and you're going to see all that. Jason's going to load that later. But what came out of it for me was time correlation, event correlation, motive correlation, modus operandi coordination. And it's around metadata of the thumb drive. Seth Rich was given a thumb drive in and around November the 15th. Why? Because that's the day the Bernie-crats filed lawsuit against the DNC.
That's interesting, yeah. And you know, Wasserman Schultz went out of her way to try to get the laptop of Seth Rich. It only has multiple IPs. If I ban the IP, it doesn't matter. They're using a dynamic IP switcher, Rex. Thanks for sharing. No, once they spin out of control, then they got to reload. Then we have a few minutes to talk. But then I got another one who's running a separate plan, a guest who hates me on another level. It's just amazing. David Video shows. Yeah, Video ISIS. ISIS destroys church in Philippines. Yeah, I'm not so sure if this is true. I'm beginning to believe that it may be fake. But I'll check this out. Yeah, the reason Duterte, I think, is coming up with a reason to have martial law. Yeah, see, this looks staged to me. Like, these are Duterte's nephews and cousins, and they're pretending to be ISIS members. Yeah. Yeah, nobody videotapes this stuff unless it's Duterte's film crew. I think Duterte is coming up with ways to kill off as many people as he can and form a martial law in the Philippines. He's of no value for the people. He's no Corazon Aquino, I assure you. They'd be better off with Marcos and Imelda. Yeah, the Jason guy in the George Webb video is Jason Goodman of crowdsourcing. Yeah, I want to see the video for sure. I'm looking forward to it at the top of the hour. Oh, no question about it. George Webb is a Mossad agent, though. That's the problem. And I almost think that he's being purposely tasked to do this to kind of discredit the entire interview. But I think maybe the substantive work that he's doing is going to be paying off. Maybe it'll stand ahead of him. Because right now, having a Mossad agent on this is not the best move. Yeah, he's an admitted agent of the Mossad, so, yeah. Yeah, George may be, just doing what he can to kind of steer you away from anything. A lot of the people in the New World Order put the truth out there in order to deliver lies. That's how they make the truth and lies mixed together in your head. And these are controlled opposition experts like Alex Jones. I mean, when he talks about the Bilderberg Group, there's a lot of truth to the fact that the Venetian royalty are working secretly to control the destiny of mankind. But the reality is, him saying it sounds kind of wacky, See how guest chat calms down after I do this? They have to reload for 15 minutes. Milko, I thought we talked about your inability to comprehend what I'm doing. Wow. Get with the program, Milko, or get out. You don't eat pieces of crap. Well, you know, I've talked about sending my sperm to the seed bank in Norway. I haven't made the letter that I was going to write a letter. Sarah thought I was kidding. I'm not obsessed with guests. I just want them to be able to chat bingo. Yeah. There was no bodies, no evidence of anybody dead in Manchester. No. And you won't see anybody either. You won't see closed circuit TV of the explosion itself. No. They have these closed loop crisis actors that sign confidentiality agreements. They can't go against their word because that could send them to jail time. And that makes it legit. You think somebody says it's okay, then it's okay. People find me incredibly attractive, probably because I control my chi and have this tantric aura about me. I think Putin and Trump are kind of nursing on the same teat, the New World Order teat. I think Putin works for the New World Order. I think he's a communist for hire capitalist. I think Putin has stocked away $200 billion. He's very wealthy. But he wants everyone to believe he's a poor communist living in an apartment in Moscow. Oh, yeah, sure. Tell that to your ex-girlfriend, Wendy Dang, Vladimir. Yeah. Wendy Dang is close friends with Ivanka, and they see each other quite a bit. Ivanka visited Wendy Dang when she was his girlfriend back in August 16th, 2016. I'm sorry, I muted the wrong person. I will unmute you. 6334, could you please repeat yourself? Thank you. I'm not denying it happened. They did do a false flag in Manchester. It had a big boom and there was a big sound in the background. But it didn't really last. Nobody got hurt. And the perpetrator always dies. And the real telltale sign is the perpetrator's picture is a Photoshop picture. Maybe some of you have that on cue. I could bring it up. But I'm too busy, muting and purging. Yeah. We're going to ban him. That's a new one. He won't even know how to get out of his, he won't even know how to reset his system. Well, I haven't planned on contacting them yet. I talked to Sarah. She says it's a little bit weird that I'd contact the seed vault and if they had provisions for male sperm. I could speak with a Norwegian accent. I say, I hear you have the seed in the seed vault there, and I would like to know if I could deposit my sperm in your seed vault there. Yeah, I will wait. Hold on there. Sure thing there. It's not like I plan on doing this. I just, No, I'm not the gay. Vida också ha kaffe. Here we are at the seed vault.
On Svalbard. It's an archipelago, 800 miles from the North Pole. There are polar bears and glaciers, and also the most amazing genetic library I've ever seen. Hey guys, Trace here for D News. Thanks for tuning in. If you've never heard...
Yeah, the seed vault looks a very good place for my sperm. And I would like to know if I could have a nice like a vault there in the sperm bank for my sperm there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It would be wonderful there if it could be. And I send it a freeze dried or did, not a dude. Yeah, yeah. Should I send the sperm? Will it still be active? If it is a freeze or dried at my local fertility clinic. Hold on there. We've got... Is it true Jackson rebroadcasts obese women? That's pretty weird. I've never heard of that. Is somebody making up stories about Jackson now? That's ridiculous. Terrorists always get killed after the broad attack. Yeah, isn't that strange? Yeah, isn't that interesting? That's what I'm saying, Alducci. They're always dead. Then you can never interview the terrorists. It's always, oh, it's a sealed premise. It's a sealed premise. I enjoyed David's cast too. Thank you, Mystify Me. Yeah, so if you have a sealed premise, you got it's always the guy that gets killed. He's always a lone gunman, or no chance of ever finding the perpetrators. So they don't have anyone to interview. And when they did get somebody to interview, like in the case of Tsarnev, Dzhokhar Tsarnev and his brother, and the alleged Boston bombing, that was really tragic because he lived through a gun battle and hid out in a boat and survived, and now he's going to go to the gas chamber because they somehow think that he carried the bomb in there. When he's seen on camera going into the location and out of the location carrying the same backpack, and it doesn't match the backpacks that blew up at the Boston Marathon, I think that Judy Clark was pressured into not defending him, because any moron could have defended him. It wouldn't have taken that much to give him a decent defense, but there's a gag order against Dzhokhar. You can't even talk to him, so he can't talk to anybody about the case. So they're treating these people as enemy combatants, and I don't think he got a fair shake. Michael Dukakis knew the family and spoke out for him. He was a young med student. He didn't do it. You are now removed from the show. So when my sperm is frozen in the Arctic, in the Norway, then I have to find some sort of a female donor there up there in Norway that could survive the test of time there. So will your doomsday seed vault have a female donor to activate my sperm? That will be a weird question, because I have to ask them. I have to ask them, will I be able to replicate, and is it worth the money? I would never troll a cancer patient. Are you kidding me? Oy vey, what is this hatred toward Jewish people? Look at this. A lot of you are white supremacists hating on Jewish people. What is wrong with you? I'm not trying to make extra cash on my sperm, man. This is not some sperm donor thing. This is me trying to store my sacred, precious bodily fluids. Have you ever heard of precious bodily fluids, Mandrake? No, you haven't. This is one of the best scenes from any show ever in the history of shows. It's a shame I can't play any of this good stuff prior to our closing. They constantly give me problems, like even if I played this one.
You don't understand. They've got to tell people. It's people. Soylent Green is made out of people.
Isn't that great?
Soylent Green is made out of people. Soylent Green is made out of people.
Hey, would anyone like to call in? I am available. Shut up! I don't want to be hearing about Soylent Green. Well, anyway, we'll talk about the seed vault later. No more seed vault for you there, buddy. Hey, did you hear they're getting a little flood? It's a small amount. They built it kind of at an angle so the water kind of drains into the seed vault. They're dealing with it. They've got a pump that'll pump it out. But what if there is no solar energy and the pump is not working? Will the seed vault flood? I have to ask them that. Will my precious bodily fluid be forced to be drowned in your seed vault with lack of drainage? Can you imagine the argument we would have on the phone? Some Norwegian guy listening to me talk in various dialects. It's like, what is wrong with you? 33 hours until Comey spills his unemployed guts all over the place with circumspection. Comey is bound to save. He saved like $14 million in the bank. He should be set for life. He could probably go live in the Caymans or something. Yeah. You didn't know? Yeah, his family's pretty wealthy. You pronounce it California? I thought it was California. I know that when Arnold was the governor, it was California. Yeah. Hey, Cherry. Who's Cherry? Cherry Breeze here. David, I love you, but please don't say the London attacks is a false flag. I live in London. Okay, as you know, and this happened 20 minutes away from me, but did you see any bodies, Cherry? We're asking you. And people like you here. They, hello, Princess Cherry Breeze. Did you see any bodies? You want to believe everything is true. Yeah. I haven't seen any credible bodies. I mean, the internet is ripe for seeing real pictures. Why aren't they showing real pictures? And don't give me the usual, oh, we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. The family might be upset. Oh. I'll take some callers. I'll pretend like I'm calling myself. We'll have Awesome Carl call. Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl. Hi, Carl. How are you? Oh, pretty good. I got a divorce. What happened? Well, Molly and I broke up. Did you know he came in the show the other night? He's got a divorce. It's public now. Yeah, I feel bad for him. But I guess, you move on in life. If you were with a person for a while and you broke up, I mean, many of you are going to go through this crisis of spirit. It sucks. Well, all I'm saying is I need to see evidence before I can commit to something being real. There's so many fake things going on in the world. Even movies are fake. Believe it or not, movies are fake. I hate to say it, but it's true. You are hereby removed from the room. We will not allow you into the show. Your efforts will not go unchecked, so. We have the ability to mute you and give you a 15-minute break whether you like it or not. Yeah. This show is a movie. I'm constantly giving you new episodes, too. It's way better than Breaking Bad. Because I'm not going to cancel my episodes. Yeah, this is daily. Dave Under Attack. Real time. Virtual chat. You love the FEMA camp, really? Have you been to one of the FEMA camps? There's 804 FEMA camps in America. And I don't know about you, but I think it'd be kind of cool to have all the fencing taken off the FEMA camps. So there's no trap, nobody will be trapped. Remove the fencing and go ahead and give people FEMA tourism. Like kind of like Club Med. Call it Club Dead. And people will just go there. Hey, would you like to see the FEMA camp? A lot of liberals will love it. This is where they want to incarcerate people who are bad when the New World Order takes over. And they have incinerators to burn your bodies, too. You didn't know that, did you? 804 FEMA camps. Look it up. 804 FEMA camps on the wall. 804 FEMA. Yeah, it's got a serious amount. They're all internment camps from the 1930s and 40s that were used against the Japanese. And they've all been retrofitted with barbed wire fences. Ready for your personal provisions and necessity to provide safety and guaranteed protection to the people from a fake make-believe pandemic with no evidence of any pandemic. What if the government just started saying, oh, there's a pandemic, they've got an Ebola zombie apocalypse coming, oh, all the streets are being locked down, we're implementing martial law, it's happening, there's nothing you can do to stop it. It's the story of a guy named David who was waking up the entire world to a plot to continue the final solution of Adolf Hitler. Yeah, that's their plan. They put Hitler in power. That's the truth. These are the same lying scumbags that got Hitler in power that are now behind the Trump administration. Did I mention the word Ashkenazi? I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. These are the people that are surrounding the Trump enterprise right now. And they're the same kind of people that were behind the Hitler takeover of Germany. So this is a lot of similarities right now to Hitler. You're seeing a man try to take down Muslims' rights to freedom of religion, just like Hitler did to Jews. Yeah. You're having problems all across the board with this because ultimately, this man, Trump, who is primarily in this for his own personal gain and he's being manipulated because he is so greedy, has one goal in mind, that is to do whatever he can for his own family. Screw you. It's a story of your brain on acid. Some of you look like you are on acid. Yeah, we can just keep expanding out if you want. You know, open up a couple more computers and daisy chain them. Yeah, we can do whatever you want, whatever your heart desires. Cherry Bees, I want to call. Well, the number is 707. You're ATP. You can't dial out, can you? And you never did figure out the Discord system before we had to shut it down. Yeah. Well, thank you for concerning me about you live nearby, but you didn't see it happen. See, they're desperate when they have to do this. It means that they're not winning. They're losing. Losing! I wonder if Charlie Sheen trademarked losing. I don't think anyone wants to say they're losing, right? Whatever. I know, I'm going to bring back regular chat in just a second. I just wanted to mess with this guy. He was pissed off that so he's just creating more pages. That's his only alternative. He has like 8,000 chat attacks set up on a computer with probably a command signal. I will stop guest chat in just a second, Cherry. I'm getting to the point where I controlled it. Yeah. Once you get rid of all the bad ones that come at you, then you can get ahead of this guy. It takes a while, though. Abe. What about Abe? That means you're cutting and pasting this? That's so sad, dude. You missed the D on the Dave. Now he's got to reset. Takes him 15 minutes to reset, so we got a little chat time here. See how I have to deal with this guy? It's crazy. Let's listen to George Webb.
Who packed the drive and then locked those files that I'm talking about for him? That was a guy named Dan V. Now, we had a guy named Dan that we took a drive from, and maybe we fell for it. But what's important is Dan V is the one who packed that drive for Seth Rich. And that's why Seth Rich went to the White House 2 days later. That's why Podesta was lurking outside of the Oval Office, or at least outside the office of Tom Donilon.
Hey, Sherry, don't you have a Skype account? I might have some international dialing time. I could call you. You want me to do that? I kind of have my hands full with this attack, though, that's going on. Yeah. You think you're hot shit, don't ya? That's the John Podesta alleged sound. You think you're hot shit, don't ya? Yeah, I don't know what he was doing around those kids. I'd play the kid video, but it would freak you out. And I don't even know if it was him. Call me. Well, I'd have to have your... let me open up a side chat over here and get Vaughn regular chat to come in. And then you can IM me your Skype name, and I'll request you. Then we can get a British woman to talk about the Manchester attack and what she saw. So let's see if I'm open there. The Podestas need to, yeah, thank you. The Podestas need to be investigated. All these alleged crimes need to be investigated, but do we need the Mossad to investigate them?
Not Tom Donilon, excuse me. He was looking outside the office of McDonough. McDonough was the chief of staff, the COS. McDonough knows everything that's going on in the White House, as well as how to get into the Oval Office and out of the Oval Office. I'm not saying Seth Rich went in with this drive into the Oval Office, but I know Podesta was there talking with the assistant, I believe, to McDonough, the chief of staff. And after meeting, he met with McDonough. So that's what I know for sure. So how many times have you heard that in the mainstream media? How many times have you heard the story of where that thumb drive was packed and locked for Seth Rich? And this drive is the drive that ends up going to Columbus as evidence for the exit polling lawsuit, and it goes to Florida to supply the lawsuit down there for unfair practices, basically a litany of unfair practices, which is the larger lawsuit in Florida. So it's following the thumb drive and the events around the thumb drive that really kind of is going to unlock this case. What's the other significant thing is the day that Amy Dacey goes to the White House Correspondents' Center, they want to clean everything up. So they have a help desk, call up and say, Amy Dacey, we've been hacked. Now, Comey's going to say today that that would cause a shutdown of the whole DNC, but Amy Dacey went on to the White House Correspondents' Dinner and had a good time with everybody else and all the journalists at CNN. Nobody reported it that night.
Okay, thank you.
The metadata.
All right, thank you very much. That George Webb of the web, he's looking into all this stuff.
Unidentified sources have leaked.
Okay, thank you.
Leaked that Reality Winner, if that's your real name. See here, we got a leak right here. See?
I'm sorry, Candy. We can't accept that, Cherry Breeze. I'm sorry. That I can't accept any kind of an open chat.
Using that for
sorry.
dramatic effect. Reality Winner isn't who she says she is.
Okay, this is a truth about a leaker named Reality Winner. Okay, let's take a look. I'm going to open up. Oh, I've already kicked off most of the bad chatters. You don't understand, this is a non-stop attack. You got 15 minutes to open chat right now. We can't have open chat, no. Let me open up another browser. I can't take your, if that is your Skype name, I can't help you. It has to come from you, not from some guest, because that could be anybody. Yeah. Chat room celebrity says financial. You bailed and came back, really? Oh yeah, I heard about Eric Trump's cancer donation. Yeah, we had that already. Hey, dude, you have no idea what you're dealing with. Yeah. There's no. You can't put your number in here, Cherry. I can't accept your call now. Yeah, we can't go public with anything because the only way I can get a private call on Skype is to have a private IM message of your real name on Skype. If that was your real name, I can't help you. Oh well, yeah. At least I know that you want to reach me somehow. You can write me an email and then we'll get your Skype name on there, then you can talk in the future. No call tonight, no. Plus, I just found out, I opened up Skype and they told me I had to download a new one. Can you believe that? It's crazy. George Clooney's wife, Amal Al-Mudud, is a man. Giving birth to twins is a hoax.
For those that follow my channel, they'll know I already made several videos on...
Wow. That's a wild theory. Very strange.
For those that follow...
Yeah, well, now that you say it, it's possible. Let's go back to that. Yeah, she kind of does look like a dude. Dude looks like a lady. Well, this has been an exciting chat show. I can tell you that these people are frightened by me because I am obviously the best choice for America. It's amazing to me how frightened people get when they see somebody getting notoriety and realize that this there's nothing that you can do to stop me at this point. Yes. The number to call is not available internationally. It's a Google number. Hillary isn't paying me anything, man. I'm not working for the deep state. I'm running this entire show, leading the story because I've been leading the story for 8 years, completely censored my own country. And now people hate me because they don't understand me. They can't understand how anybody could break through the censorship that they've constructed. I've done it. Look, I'm a genius at marketing. It doesn't take a genius to do this, though, but I realized a long time ago what I had to do this, and it's phenomenal. Oh, yeah, we're already off the ground, man. Are you kidding? The numbers that keep coming in here, and that you don't even know, Melco, that we're being censored at Vaughn. This is the reduced number. We're talking about from millions down to hundreds of thousands down to, dude, none of my businesses failed. Why do you keep saying that? I had great businesses. I closed them when they no longer returned a good source of income. It's not failing. Failing is going bankrupt like Donald Trump did. Okay, thank you. We've got one Pacific Redwood to talk about tonight and the weather changes that are going on due to chemtrails. I can't, Jeff. Skype doesn't in any way give me the ability to talk to people without violating my IP. That's why I'm so very careful about giving anyone my Skype name or any access point. Yeah. And frankly, I can't even install Skype on my own system. It's that messed up. Skype continues to do this. I'm quite frustrated with Skype because all they do is have upgrades. And none of their upgrades make any sense. It's ridiculous. You'd think I'd be able to find it alphabetically under Skype. There it is. Okay, there it goes. FaceTime is better. No, marketing genius in a time when we don't have a lot of money is a person that does everything possible to get noticed without having to spend a lot of money. I've never lost money marketing or advertising. And that's quite a track record. You can definitely lose money in advertising big time. So that alone is a good mark of a good intelligent marketer.
How's it going, guys?
But a lot of you don't understand that Donald Trump just continually borrowed money. He never really built his businesses. He went out of business. We're exposing the Pizzagate, the pedophiles in Washington, D.C. We're going to take a look at Majestic Ape, Just Basement Culture.
Guys? So we have another video here to...
Okay, thank you. We put it in the lineup. It's there. There's no time right now for callers. No. But I'm installing Skype right now, so I can't believe they keep doing this. Make Bing my search engine, make MSN my homepage. No. Well, you can talk Skype to Skype from England, Cherry. All you need to do is give me your Skype name, but not openly in chat. Now, if the guest that gave the Skype name is your chat name, and other people know it, then you'd have to create a new Skype name. Because I can't talk to you through some old Skype name that you're using to talk to other people, like, yeah, the people you were involved with on this network. I think you know what I'm talking about. Okay, they're updating my Skype. Pet Nanny Nancy, Algonquins Unite for Sponheim. Wow, Pet Nanny Nancy. Hardwood said, have a great cast, off to make dinner. Nice roomies in here. Oh, wow, is that Hardwood? I miss you. Pet Nanny Nancy, wow. Well, I'm sure I'd like to hear about what happened locally in Manchester, but I'm pretty set. You know, I don't think we need to have sperm donor donations here. Thank you. I was kidding about donating my sperm to the seed vault. God, you take me so seriously. Like Old Chicken Legs be a good name, or I poked your girlfriend's chat name. Oh, wow. Doobster. That would piss people off. Well, Porsche, we're all centrists here. We all gather at the river every night, so you can hang out with us. As you can see, I'm fighting through a thicket of attacks just to get guest chat in here. I'm reading YouTube messages right now. Thanks. Wow, these people are making pretty wild accusations. You're swatting them? Yeah. The FBI arrests NSA contractor for leaking secrets. Here's how they caught her. Oh.
The Intercept published a report yesterday saying it obtained top secret NSA.
Okay, good. Adding that to the lineup as well.
The Intercept published a report yesterday saying it obtained top secret.
Well, it's just taking too long to get this thing up and running. So, afraid I can't take calls tonight, but thank you anyway. I'll play the videos for you. It's getting ridiculous. Okay, we're going to turn guest chat off. And activated chatter only. So, yep. Yeah. So hopefully your activated chatters. We've had a lot of problems with
Okay, today.
Moving right towards Southern California and Arizona and Mexico. And also we have a large moisture field right here moving in. But yet there's no rain in any of these three states showing up on the Doppler map. If you take a look at that right now, we can see that there is zero rain anywhere on the west coast or in Nevada or Idaho. There's nothing. Of course, that means that the jets are upspring full force as this moisture approaches the west coast. Actually, we have this jet stream flow here. We have a dual low pressure system spinning here. We have a huge blockade engineered through here. And we have a tropical flow which is evaporating right in this area where this transmitter is focused. This large circular pattern here is been following this area right here, which looks like it was trying to spin counterclockwise. That's all been neutralized, and the residual moisture is moving into, it looks like San Diego and maybe Los Angeles. And we had heavy chemtrail spring today again, and have had spring the last 3 days in the desert areas and also offshore here where this is moving in from the south. And we can see that pattern right here moving basically to the northeast.
Yeah, it's pretty serious, isn't it?
And we have the jet stream flow pattern right here, right towards the west coast. Let's take a look next at the eastern East Pacific, where all the hurricanes begin. They form down here in these warmer waters. We've been watching 2 giant thunderstorms here. This area here is about the size of some of these Central American countries right over here on the map. All day long they've been targeting these 2 areas with microwave. You can see the blast pattern.
Okay, so we are dealing with, I'm going to go to bed pretty soon, yeah. We're dealing with the global climate change purposely being caused by weather modification. And many of you who haven't seen our show before know that, have never heard us talk about chemtrails. This guy does a detailed analysis of the weather patterns of Doppler radar and shows you all kinds of anomalies. So it's going to be a real serious wake-up call for you to realize that they're doing what they can. And it's going to be a kind of an endless attack on our environment until they somehow create the desired effect, which is death to the population or something. Because they're not above board and truthful about what they're doing. They're making statements that just don't make any sense, like they're going to reflect the sun somehow by spraying aluminum in the sky, all this garbage. So I'm a believer that this has been going on for some time. And what I'm concerned about is we have haters that come in here all the time and just don't understand that this process takes forever. It's not something that can be done immediately. Awareness takes a long time. Creating shared information. I haven't gotten your instant message there. You can try resending it, but it could be my flash is out. Apparently nothing's working on my board. So I'm afraid that there's a lot of problems with the chat in and of itself. I can see if I can get it running here. See, Google itself won't even play on this browser. The Google Chrome browser won't even play the Bond network. So I can't even get IMs. It's that bad. Hey, thank you so much for coming in, man. We've had a lot of attacks tonight. Bottom line is, this is an ongoing discussion which is going to carry over tomorrow. So my goal right now is to pull in as many things as I can into view for us to watch for tonight. But we'll work on another way to contact each other through Skype. Maybe you can email me and we'll get that going. We can talk to you in England about your personal experience with the Manchester bombing. We can't always do things on the fly here. Again, my IMs aren't even working. Sorry, Cherry Breeze. I thought they would be, but I can't even get that to work. Let me check it over here. I will try. I have another browser over on the laptop. Let's see if I can get that to work. Because I have the ability to go Skype to Skype with you. Okay, yeah, try it now. My browser over there is working. Try IMing me one more time. This is making me very kofifi.
How's it going, guys? So we...
It would be a call in tomorrow if it wasn't tonight, yeah. Okay, I'm waiting for your instant messenger again. I'm still waiting for your received. It should come in through here. If you want to send that to me, that's great. Try it again. There you go. Hopefully it'll work. All right. Okay, you sent it?
Of course, if you come from a Muslim majority.
Hi, Amber. No, it's not working. Jeez. Flash won't even work on that. It's just unbelievable. Let me see if I can get it going on. We're running into nothing but browser problems with Vaughn now. We've been having problems with browsers all the time. I'm going to try opening it one more time. We'll give it one more shot. Didn't come through. Nope, I can't even get in. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't get your IMs either on any of your laptops either. That's so screwed up. Unbelievable. Sorry, it just wasn't meant to be. We'll talk another time. But I know your concerns. Okay, Comedy Central, adding that to the list. Okay, got that. And then four top firms turned down requests to represent Trump. Look at that. 4 top law firms have turned down requests to represent Donald Trump. Top lawyers with at least 4 major law firms rebuffed White House overtures to represent Trump in the Russia investigations, in part over concerns that the president would be unwilling to listen to their advice, according to 5 sources familiar with discussions about the matter. Wow, there you have it. So he's almost dead in the water with representation. And this is the funniest thing. When I find myself in tweets of trouble, Mother Russia comes to me, speaking words of wisdom. Ko-Fifi. Ko-Fifi. That's hilarious. Anyway, yeah, it's been a kind of a wild night tonight. But at least it's coming to a rapid close. I am just overwhelmed with the number of people that have been trying to get in here, unable to get in here, and the hatred of people that know that I am truly challenging their sacred beliefs. Okay, and then Kofifi here. We get a lot of videos that sometimes just mount up and I can't
Of course,
even...
if you come...
Yeah, that was that. Okay. And this is the Omran Daknish's father exposes the MSM. Mainstream media. Let's take a look at that too.
Today, the United Nations.
Okay, yeah, that was the one. We're in there. Okay, that's already in there. Cool. Thank you, everyone, for being patient with me on this evening, on this great fortnight. Yeah. Well, we'll definitely get a call in from you on another night, because I think I've been a little bit more open to using Skype as long as we know exactly who it is. And if you email me the name, that's one sure way of doing it. And I'll get you back on there and we'll talk on this so you can actually share your views from England. All right. Okay, here we go with Dum Dum Girls and Billy Talent. These people were asking for the playing of this stuff. Billy Talent's first, then Dum Dum Girls. I have no idea what this is. And Sears is closing another 66 stores. Unbelievable. Joe Crab Shack files for bankruptcy. Unreal. We saw this coming. Okay, Bowie. Comey can't say anything important because of the Secrecy Act. That's why Trump is not worried. Good point, Bowie. Thank you. Good point. Yeah. Trump probably knows, though, that they're going to subpoena him for the audio tape, and that'll tell all. They won't be able to use the Secrecy Act on the audio tape of the White House conversations because it's public domain, and they weren't engaged in national security, so it won't be protected. But you're right; it could be the Secrecy Act could be invoked in court. All right. Yeah, wow, what an ending to a long and arduous show. It's very difficult to sometimes bring in all this stuff and, process it in a real time. Death by political correctness. This just came in. Ben Garrison. We're not wolfophobic. And the radical Islam is just eating up all these people. Yeah, very good point. We do know that there is a threat from Islamic jihadists that ultimately want to devour Western culture. I'm not in any way undermining that simple fact. I know Barack Obama refused to acknowledge the radicalization of Islam. I'm not in any way denying that parts of Islam is radicalized, and we have to be vigilant. So I don't think for a second we're going to be able to ignore the threat, but at the same time, are we overreacting under Trump? And the answer is probably. All right. Billy Talent. Good night, everybody. Take care.